For example, for the forward, you would read digits at an interval of 1 second, e.g., 1, 2, 3. And the participant would immediately repeat the digits after you. And for the backward, it would be the other way around. So the participant would have to say 3, 2, 1. So this was used to test for both attention and working memory. We had devices like a finger tapping device and a grooved pegboard, which were used to determine the fine motor skills. Then the timed gate, both at 4-meter distance and 10-meter distance, were used to determine the gross motor skills. So these are the examples of the tests that I've been mentioning of. At the extreme, we see grip strength, that is a hand sphygmomanometer used to test grip strength. Then below, we have the chair stand test. This was a single chair stand test and the repeated chair stand test, where we would encourage participants to stand straight as fast as they could. For the repeated, it was going up to 5 seconds, and would time this. So for both the grip strength and the chair stand test, these were used to determine frailty. That is the grooved pegboard that was used to test for the fine motor skills. As you can see, we have the small metals, their pegs, and their holes on the board. So the participant would try as much as they could to fix in the pegs in those small holes using one hand at a time, starting with the dominant hand. On the other end, we have the color trails. That was part 2. Then we also had the color trails part 1. Below are the distances for measuring gate speed, and these distances were marked off at the offices. With our participants looking at the age, sex, and the education status, we did not find a difference in the demographics by the HIV serostatus, as we can all see on the box plots. For those at a distance who can see clearly, blue stands for people who are living with HIV, and the red for people who are living without HIV, and there's basically no difference in the demographics by HIV serostatus. So this is a continuation of results. We have the individual cognitive test results and the scores on the first column. We have the mean and standard deviation for participants who are HIV positive, mean standard deviation for the negatives, and at the end we have the p-values. So when we look at that table, we see that for all these cognitive tests, there was no difference between the two groups, the HIV positives and the HIV negatives, but at the end we see that there is some mild difference with a timed gait, which was used to test for the gross motor skills. And the difference, as you can see, we see the mean is 13.5 with a standard deviation of 2.9 for the HIV positives. And when we look at the HIV negative column, for timed gait, the time was 13.1 seconds with a standard deviation of 2.5 seconds, which is a very small difference. So this is a summary of the other table, only that we've grouped these tests under gross, fine, verbal learning, executive, and verbal fluency. So as you can clearly see on that table, there is basically no difference between these domain scores in both groups, except for gross motor, where we found a mildly reduced gross motor function in people with HIV compared to people who are uninfected. Okay. So overall, older people living with HIV in rural Uganda performed similarly to their HIV comparators on cognitive testing. Therefore, treated HIV does not appear to be a major risk factor for cognitive dysfunction in this group, or we are wondering, could there be resiliency among this population group? We are not sure. Therefore, further work is needed to understand risk factors for cognitive decline and its pathobiology in Uganda. What are our study strength? We used a very large sample size that was approximately 600 participants, and we rigorously tested and quality controlled all the tests that were used on this study. The research team had a chance to be trained by professionals using videos provided by the National Institute of Aging, and before the procedures were started on participants, we recorded several videos, and these were sent over. We were corrected and made sure that what we were doing was the best thing. We also used a locally derived normative data from a well-matched cohort of older people living with HIV to determine HIV-associated neurocognitive disorders. What were the limitations of our study? We used cross-sectional data to get these figures, and we can't say that we are 100% accurate. There could have been a possibility of residual confounding. That is the study team, authors and collaborators. It's a big team led by Dr. Mark Jacob Sidner. I'm glad he's in here as our international PI, together with Dr. Asimwe Stephen, who is the local principal investigator. We are very grateful to all the study participants that took part in the study, the MAST community at large, our funders, and finally the study team that made this work a success. I would kindly request the study team, if they're here, you could wave to the rest of the house. Thanks for coming. Thank you for listening. God bless you.
Thank you, Zuleika. My quick comment is the absence of a difference. Could it be due to the drugs are working well? Could be that be the explanation?
We are not sure for now. It could be that drugs are doing their job, but even this population, these are older people that have lived with HIV and they are now used to their quality of life. We think so. We are still moving on. We are further recruiting and following up with these people using the same batteries, and we hope that when that is done for year 3 and year 4, we could have a better answer for that time. Thank you.
Few questions?
Thank you. Thank you for the interesting presentation and great data. I'm curious if you know, when you look at those measures, how your findings, just in terms of absolute values, compared to other populations, say worldwide. Do you know if these are low levels of cognitive impairment or high levels? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jodhan, for your question. We have more technical people on this team, so I would kindly request Dr. Mark Sidner to take over this question. Thank you.
Thanks. It's a great question. So unlike many other tests we do in biology or in medicine, where there is a clear known, for example, if you do an HIV test, it's either positive or negative, and there's a known answer. For cognitive tests, you need to compare them to what's called a normative population. And so in our study, we compare the HIV positives to the normative HIV negative population who are a community-based sample. But it's actually not recommended that you compare your results to other populations because of known differences in things like literacy, education, background, expectations. So there's very few data like this in this region of the world. There's a huge push by many organizations, including the Alzheimer's Foundation and others, to increase that data supply so that we have better normative data, but we don't typically compare results of neurocognitive testings across continents. And so the answer is it's not that well known. Yeah. What's that? There's very little data on dementia in sub-Saharan Africa, especially amongst older people. There's quite a few cohorts of HIV people that are in their 30s and 40s, but for a cohort like this that's in their 60s, it's essentially the only one. There's one in South Africa that's being done right now called the Halsey study, so that will help to build upon this.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you, Zuleika, for the presentation. And I like the way your slides were very clear and you kept time. Thank you. Give him a round of applause. Next is Fred Mwebembezi. Are you around? Yes, come. And after you, it is Alison B. Comfort who is going to present virtually. You have 10 minutes and for presentation and 5 minutes for comments, questions. Alison, I said your presentation will be after Mwebembezi's. We are sorry, we have changed the order of presentation. We consider those who are physically here. Yeah, so hold on a bit. It will
Thank
be
you very
after
much.
this one.
Thank you, Prof. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Fred Mwebembezi. I'm a research assistant under the Department of Community Health. I'm also a master's student, Health Information Technology. So this morning I'm presenting a survey that we conducted about host community household sanitation status in the context of refugee influx, a case of Bunagana border crossing in southwestern Uganda, and it was conducted in July 2022. So Uganda is a refugee hosting country, and mainly it receives refugees from South Sudan and the Democratic Republic of Congo. On March 28th, 2022, Uganda received an influx of refugees, and these were from the Democratic Republic of Congo as a result of violent clashes. The refugees entered Uganda through the Bunagana border, and they settled in Kisoro district. They were temporarily settled at the Nyakabande Transit Center, and some of them decided to settle in communities in Bunagana, or they settled around gardens and marketplaces. In the picture you see on the right, refugees entering the border in thousands of numbers.
This slide stuck, Peter?
Not sure what's happening with the.
He can help you. Can help you.
So the refugees came in overwhelming numbers, and as I said, they settled at the Bunagana border crossing point. They set up their temporary shelter in homesteads of communities, and others were set up in gardens of the community in Bunagana, then plus the marketplaces. The picture you see is is showing a temporary shelter that was set up by refugees near a market in Bunagana Town Council. This strained the existing sanitation facilities in the entire area. Among the effects that were observed was extensive open defecation, as it is seen in the picture. Therefore, we decided to conduct a survey to examine the host community household sanitation status during the refugee influx in Bunagana Town Council in Kisoro. And we conducted a cross-sectional survey in the 6 villages of Bunagana Town Council. We used an interviewer-administered questionnaire to assess, to gather demographic characteristics and knowledge about diarrheal diseases. We also used observation checklists to assess physical condition and the quality of latrine facilities in Bunagana Town Council. I will present to you the results. Out of the 290 households that we surveyed, we found out that 77% of the respondents were female, and the median age of respondents was 38 years. On average, there were 5 children per household, and at least 2 children were less than 5 years. On open defecation, we found out that 27% of the households had open defecation in the vicinity, and 26% of the households did not have latrines. So this graph is showing some of the latrine properties that we found out in Bunagana Town Council in the 6 villages that we surveyed. Out of the 214 latrines that we saw, 63% of the latrines did not have anal cleanser, and 93% of the latrines were soiled with fresh feces. Then 79% of the latrines had no hand washing facilities. On the risk of contracting diarrhea, we found out that 79% of the respondents perceived the risk of contracting diarrheal diseases, whereas 21 did not, thought they were not at risk of contracting diarrheal diseases. In the conclusion, in every 7 in every 10 households that we surveyed had latrines, but the latrines were having poor hygiene. For instance, 6 in every latrines did not have anal cleanser, and almost all latrines were soiled with fresh feces. Then at least 8 in every 10 had no hand washing facilities. More than a quarter had open defecation being seen, and at at least 8 in every 10 of the respondents perceived the risk of contracting diarrheal diseases. So we carried out public health actions, and one, we disseminated our findings to Bunagana Town Council leadership and Kisoro District leadership. We also dewormed over 1,000 children in the 6 villages in Bunagana Town Council. We also recommended ongoing health education and sensitization of households by the village health teams. In the picture, we are delivering dewormers to the mayor of the town council. So recommendations, we recommended ongoing health education, focusing on latrine hygiene and sanitation. We also recommended ongoing partnerships between academic institutions, health facilities, and local governments in responding to such public health emergencies.
Right.
Thank you. We acknowledge, of course, Mbarara University of Science and Technology, our First Mile Community Health Program, which sponsored the survey, Kisoro District, local government, and the Bunagana Town Council. Thank you.
Fred, thank you for the presentation. My question is about I didn't hear you talking about the refugees, because here in your title there is refugee influx. Were these homesteads or households hosting refugees in those that area?
Thank you, Prof. So majorly we did a survey to assess the sanitation status in the town council when refugees were in the area.
Yes, and that's what I'm asking. Some background information, how many refugees had come into that house, that area, and maybe how many households were hosting or homesteads were hosting refugees. That's what I needed to hear.
Well, refugees were actually coming in every now and again, so it was hard to ascertain the exact number at that time. And almost all households in the town council at least had the refugees who had invaded their homes. Yes, because they were supposed to be in the transit camp, but most of them preferred to be in the community in Bunagana, so that in the event that the situation comes down, they would go back.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? One, any other hand? Two? Those two.
Thank you very much. My name is Indinawe. I'm a PhD student in the Department of Community Health. Thank you very much, Mwebembezi, for that good work done and the presentation. I have a few concerns, however, about the findings. Did they surprise you?
Yeah.
Did you find and compare the data with what happens in other refugee hosting communities in the country? And about the dissemination of the findings, do you think it would have been prudent to bring on board key partners like UNHCR? Because these are key in the design of some of these mitigation programs. for refugees? Thank you.
Thank you very much. In other refugee hosting communities in Uganda, most of the times refugees are received in transit camps and then settled in refugee settlement camps, which was a different case in Bunagana and Kisoro, where there is no refugee camp. There was only a settlement, a transit camp, and most of them did not prefer to be in the transit camp. Or maybe the other one about working with UNCHCR, maybe that one can be done. We can also present our findings to them and see how we can work together. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I have about 3 concerns. The first one, I realize there is a disconnect between your background and what you're presenting, just like Prof had pointed out. I know you're trying to bring in refugees because this is the community you're looking at, but seemingly with or without refugees, the parameters you're capturing would not have differed much because these latrines were there. What they are practicing is already what was happening. I would have been interested in listening, maybe since you brought in refugees, the places where they set up camp, where there are sanitation facilities improvised by maybe these refugee agencies, what was done and what happened there. So the relevance of bringing in the refugees did not seem to change much of what you're looking at, but I guess you can throw more light on that. Then secondly, the entire situation pointed to possibly having more diarrheal illnesses. And I would really wish to know if you went ahead and made a survey maybe in the health facilities to look at their data and see, despite what you found out, did you have actually more diarrheal cases in the health facilities? What was the situation there? And then lastly, after these findings, what did you do? Did you, for example, reach out to the health facilities in the area or the people in charge of sanitation, the local authorities, to tell them of this alarming situation? I would like to know really what you disseminated to the communities, whether you actually informed the authorities. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So after our findings, we were able to, we decontaminated some of the data spots in the 6 villages in collaboration with the Kisoro District, local government, and Bunagana Town Council. And also carried out, we were able to provide dewormers to children who were in these households. And about the situation, we really believed it was exaggerated by the presence of refugees, because you would find that each household is having more than the expected number of people that were supposed to be there, so that one really strained the health facilities around their households.
Great, thank you for responding to the comments. So you can resume your seats. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Next presentation is from virtual Zoom by Alison B. Comfort, Social Networks and their Effect on Contraceptive Use, Evidence from Rural Uganda. It's okay, it's okay.
You're watching AIT TV, empowering you.
Elevate your event with AIT TV. Are you looking for ways to make your events more memorable? Contact AIT TV for professional event live streaming on Facebook and YouTube. Our package also includes photography, a 55-inch screen for live projection, and social media handling to make your event extra special. Get in touch today to find out how we can help you elevate your event. Contact us on 0789 000 492 or 0705 909 760 or visit our website at www.ayit.org.
You're watching AIT TV, empowering you.
Elevate your event with AIT TV. Are you looking for ways to make your events more memorable? Contact AIT TV for professional event live streaming on Facebook and YouTube. Our package also
want to avoid becoming pregnant, and then an additional 1/3 are undecided about becoming pregnant. However, only 37% of them are using modern contraception. So it's important to ensure that women can meet their contraceptive needs. This contributes to women's reproductive autonomy in terms of being able to decide if and when they want to become pregnant. It also contributes to reducing the still high maternal mortality rate here in Uganda. So we know that social networks can play an important role for health behaviors. And when I talk about social networks, we mean the social ties that people have to people in their social circles. So for example, their relationship to their partner, to family members, friends, neighbors, and others in their community. So this is just one example. In pink, you could think of this as the study participant. And then she has a relationship to her family members in blue, and then to 2 other friends. So this is one example of someone's social network. So we know that social networks could affect health behaviors in different ways. So one would be through peer influence. So having your friend maybe share her experience about using contraception. So that would be peer influence. We also know that social norms go around in social networks. So it's that they depend on the perception of whether the community tends to use contraception or not. And then social networks provide social support. So they provide information, financial support, and also emotional support. So our research question was to look at, do women's social networks affect their decision to use modern contraception? The challenge with this question is when you want to show a causal effect. So when we observe that women are using modern contraceptives tend to have other women who are also using modern contraception in their network, is this a causal effect? Is this because of peer influence? So for example, both Khadija and Mary are using injectables. Khadija told Mary about her good experience using injectables, and this convinced Mary to use it. So that would be an example of this peer influence. But the challenge is you could also have selection going on. So people tend to make ties to other people who are similar to them. So in this other example, you could see that both Khadija and Mary are using injectables, and they met a few years ago while they were in secondary school and became friends there. And we know that women who finish secondary school are more likely to use injectables. This is just an example. But so this would be not a peer effect, but just more selection that they're friends, they have similar attributes like a similar level of education, and because of that, they use injectables, but not because of social influence. So we want to kind of separate those two things. So again, our research question is, do social networks affect women's use of contraception? And so we try to answer this using a stochastic actor-oriented model where it allows us to separate this selection effect, who makes ties with whom, from this peer influence where peers can affect each other in their decision to use contraception. So in terms of methods, we collected longitudinal sociocentric network data. So this means we collected data from the full population, all adults, in the 8 study villages in Yakabari Parish and Rompara district. And study participants were asked 5 name generator questions about their social network. So this is one example. They were asked, over the last 12 months, with whom in the parish do you usually discuss health issues? For example, your child's health, family planning, etc. And so the study participant would list out the different people that they talk to. And that gives us data on their health network. And we've collected those data every 2 years, starting in 2014. So for this analysis, we're using baseline data, 24-month data, and the 48-month data. So this just gives you a nice visual of the network data that we have. These are the 8 villages in Yakabari Parish, and you can see these are all the study participants and how they're linked to each other, both within their village and then across village. And these are always exciting network graphs to share with people. So this is the social network of the study participants. And then we also collected data on contraceptive use, and these data were collected only from partnered women in the study. And they were asked, did they ever use contraceptive methods in the last 12 months? And then the option, they could list either condoms, oral contraceptives, injectables, IUD, withdrawal with rhythm method, or male and female sterilization. So for our analytic approach, we use, as I mentioned, a stochastic actor-oriented model, which allows us to model both this change in network ties over time, so who is linked with who over time, and then also changes in women's contraceptive use over time, and that might change over time. And this model is based on an agent-based simulation algorithm where we estimate social tie formation changing over time, contraceptive method use over time, and our predictors are the person's own attributes, the influence from their network, and also the network structure. So when we think of the part looking at social tie formation, this would be that study participant. So maybe in wave 1, her network looks like this. And then we see she adds a friend in wave 2. And then in wave 3, she adds another friend who's also connected with her other friend. So that's what we are looking on in this social tie formation part of the model. And then on the contraceptive use side, we have the partnered women in Yakabari Parish. And each wave, they're making a contraceptive decision of whether to use contraception or not, and on what method they're going to use. So they could use no method or one of these various different methods, and they could change that over time. So again, just as a reminder, we're modeling this change in the network over time and change in partner.
You're watching AID TV, empowering you.
Elevate your event with AID TV. Are you looking for ways to make your events more memorable? Contact AID TV for professional event live streaming on Facebook and YouTube. Our package also includes photography, a 55-inch screen for live projection, and social media handling to make your event extra special. Get in touch today to find out how we can help you elevate your event. Contact us on 0789 000 492 or 0705 909 760 or visit our website at www.aid.org.
You're watching AID TV, empowering you.
Elevate your event with AID TV. Are you looking for ways to make your events more memorable? Contact AID TV for professional event live streaming on Facebook and YouTube. Our package also includes photography, a 55-inch screen for live projection, and
these are our results from the contraceptive method side of the model. So this first coefficient, the way you'd interpret it is that partnered women were significantly more likely to choose contraceptive methods that were popular in the network compared to less popular methods. So there is this network influence going on where you're more likely to select what's already being used in the network. We also see this trend towards being significantly more likely to choose long-acting methods over time compared to other contraceptive methods. And then this last result, it's significant at the 10% level, so it's just suggestive evidence of this direct influence. And the way you'd interpret it is that partnered women were more likely to choose a method that's similar to other partnered women, what they're using in their network after we adjust for these selection effects of who forms ties with who. So we are seeing this suggestive evidence of this peer influence, of peers influencing each other. So in summary, we know that social networks can play an important role in influencing the decision to use contraception and which method, but it's very challenging in research to separate this influence from the selection effects. We do find these selection effects that people tend to form ties with people who are similar on age, sex, education, and socioeconomic status. But once we adjust for that, we also find this evidence of a role of social networks influencing contraceptive use. So there's this tendency to use a method that's already popular within the network. There's this trend over time to be more likely to use long-acting methods. And then there's this suggestive evidence that women are directly influencing each other in terms of the method that they're using. So in conclusion, to help us better meet the contraceptive needs of women who want to avoid pregnancy, it's a promising approach to engage these social networks because of the role that they're playing. And we need to develop more interventions that engage these social networks to help women overcome these barriers to contraceptive use. So thank you very much, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you, Alison. Unfortunately, the presentation was not.
Contributors, but we're definitely including all these individual level, like her age, her education level, religion, if she's ever had children before. I just can't remember what we were finding for those, but those are definitely included in the model.
Alison, thank you for responding to the comments. Thank you. Next, we are going to round of applause. Next, we are going to have a presentation which would have by Mastura, but on behalf of Azfa D. Hossein, evaluating barriers and facilitating factors around COVID-19 vaccination in Western Uganda, a survey of community members.
Good morning. I'm waiting for him to display.
First, wait, there is some IT issue here. We do not understand why.
Move forward. This one.
Yeah, this one.
Okay. Thank you. I'm waiting for. Sorry, I didn't hear. I help with. Like this, eh? Okay. Okay, Nakato. Good morning, Angela. Good morning. This PR guys.
Team. My name is Mastura Nakalule, and I am the Program Officer for VAX in Public Health. So at the peak of COVID-19 pandemic in Uganda, that was about that is in 20, came together, formed a partnership, and gave birth to what they named Vaccine Advocacy Accelerator Project. So these are the 3 partner institutions. We have GHC at Mbarara University of Science and Technology, Babazi. Then the other institution is Mass General Hospital, and our PI is Professor Louise. And the third institution is Coalition for Health Promotion and Social Development, also called HEPS in Uganda. This is an NGO, this is a civil society organization for Ugandans. So it is these 3 institutions that came together and gave birth to the Vaccine Advocacy Accelerator Project. Yes, research has shown that improving global vaccine coverage could vaccine delivery innovations, which are very critical for global health. So the VAX project has been here since the end of 2020, and we had the phase 1 achievements, a number of activities that we carried out, newspapers, on all the media houses in the country. We do have them in our work. So sometimes they leak stories in the media, but we work with them. Then we also had, there were reports on mismanagement on COVID-19 funds in the country, because at the peak of the pandemic, the country received so many funds from foreign agencies to fight the pandemic. But there were numerous reports on mismanagement of these funds. What we did is we partnered with the African Institute of Investigative Journalism and launched an investigative report on the management of COVID-19 vaccines. In this documentary, we interviewed the Minister for Health, officials in UNICEF, national medical stores, plus all the bodies that were involved. And the documentary was aired on national TV, and we have the link on our website. Then there were also reports of vaccine hesitancy from the population due to concerns about regimen mixing. So many people rejected to get vaccinated because at their first dose, they may have got Pfizer, then the second dose, they find J&J, or they find another dose, and for this reason, there were reports of vaccine hesitance. So we formally wrote to the Ministry of Health, and influenced it to come out and write factual messages about the efficacy of regimen mixing and matching. So the message, the Ministry of Health, the message was displayed on TV and on the Ministry of Health websites, and was also distributed to the various health facilities in the country. That was our effort as VAX. Then we also conducted a study on the factors influencing supply and uptake of COVID-19 vaccines in Western Uganda. We are analyzing our data at this level. And finally, we launched the integrated community-driven access model. This model it has been pushed to phase 2, where we are trying to engage communities on uptake and supply of COVID-19. We are trying to study this model and see if we can replicate it for other public health interventions. So for the VAX extension, we are still continuing with advocacy for vaccine equity. We have held dialogue with the state and non-state stakeholders like UNICEF, USAID. We still attend weekly meetings and routine with UNEP. Then still through our efforts, COVID-19 vaccination has been integrated into the national vaccination program. Originally, we had all the other diseases that are being vaccinated, so COVID-19 has been integrated, and this was the effort of VAX. We have published a number of media articles on vaccine equity and factors, things to do with vaccine hesitancy. We have raised concerns on the persistent stock out of vaccines. We participate in weekly UNEP meetings. We now formed a partnership with UNEP. UNEP is the national program responsible for overseeing vaccination activities in the country. So the integrated community-driven model, this is what we do. We work with the civil society organizations, the community health workers, and the VHTs to mobilize people at grassroots level then to make them come and get vaccinated. Yes, we know that COVID-19 might not be there. I put that in quotes, but we do not know what the future holds. We don't know. So in case there is an outbreak in the future, we want the outbreak to find everybody vaccinated. We need everybody to be armored. This is the purpose of this. So we conducted meetings with the districts. We trained and oriented VHTs. We have conducted a number of outreaches in 4 districts. We have chosen 4 districts of interventions. We have Isingiro district in Western Uganda. Central, we have Chiboga. Eastern, we have Kamuli. And in the north, we have Lira district. It is a representation. We chose one district from every region, and we chose those districts that are known to have the lowest uptake of COVID-19. In Western Uganda, we chose Isingiro because it was the poorest performing district when it came to COVID-19 vaccination. And we dug deep and found that the reason for this is because Isingiro district is mainly a refugee settlement. So it is the dynamics that come with the refugee status and the multicultural, multiracial dynamics that come with being a refugee are partly the reason why uptake of vaccination and other public health interventions still score lowest in Isingiro district. So the lessons we have learned so far from this model: uptake of the second dose has gone high after a long period of low uptake arising from low risk perception. Then more men are also turning up for vaccination at outreaches in bigger numbers as compared to the low or no turn up at the static facilities. And these lessons suggest that intensifying household or community mobilization efforts and outreaches can conveniently increase access and uptake to COVID-19. Much as this is COVID-19, but we know it is a model that can be replicated for other public health interventions, that the moment you work with VHTs and community health workers to mobilize people at grassroots level, the results are always better. We try to find out the enablers and barriers to COVID-19 vaccination. The barriers, we still struggle with misconceptions and myths about the vaccine from among the population. Risk perception has also dropped among people. People think COVID-19 is no more. It is like we said, it is a risk perception which has dropped. We no longer have new hospitalizations, new cases. So for this reason, people no longer want to take to care. We still have issues of vaccine hesitancy. Then obtaining parental consent to vaccinate children is also still a problem. And also vaccines keep expiring due to a short shelf life. We do not have the cold chain facilities to keep the COVID-19 vaccines potent. For this reason, they live for a very short time. Some of the enablers, we do conduct online mentorship on data capture. We train the health workers on how to capture data whenever we conduct these outreaches. We have community mobilization strategies. We work with the VHTs on ground. We coordinate with the districts. We have also tried to streamline the supply chain through timely ordering of vaccines. We are directly in touch with national medical stores plus the districts. So the lessons to learn, like the lessons that we can replicate for other public health interventions, it is always important to build rapport with the duty bearers and decision makers. That for any intervention that you're working with, first identify the stakeholders and the actors, then actively work with them. Then working with like-minded partners in civil society is also good to amplify messages and promote sustainability. And finally, partnering with the media is a key factor to implementing successful advocacy. Whenever it is advocacy, you need to work with the media. It is very important. This is another lesson that we have learned. Our acknowledgements go to the VAX Uganda team, the GHC at Mbarara, HEPS Uganda, our implementing partners in Kampala, plus the MGH, and finally to our funders, the Conrad N. Hilton Foundation in the United States. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mastuka. Except your presentation was a bit different from...
A bit what?
Different from what is put here. Can you explain? My understanding is that you are presenting
for vax.
No, evaluating barriers and facilitators, factors around COVID-19 vaccination in Western Uganda.
That was, okay, let me respond. That was erroneously put. That was a study that I only talked about briefly. It is just a subset of the work that we did, but we are still analyzing the data for that study.
Okay. Any comments, questions from Astura's presentation on Vax Uganda?
Thank you, Mastula, and the team Vax for the work you're doing. When I look at the partners you engaging, you're doing a great job, but I feel there is kind of a neglect of private hospitals and that are left out, starting from these very small drug shops, clinics, going up. Most of our patients, when they fall sick, when they have symptoms, when they have problems, they may not come to the referral. They may fear the health center because they know even paracetamol is not there. But they will easily go to a nearby clinic run by maybe a certificate nurse, and they seek for help. They present their problems. So I feel like if we are to improve uptake of these vaccines and whatever services we want, these should be key stakeholders. If we want to improve communication, if the vaccines have come, even me myself, when I go to a referral hospital, there is no clear way of where can I get the information if the vaccines are available. But if these people are put into the communication chain between the referrals, the district health teams, and then these small clinics, they can easily convey the information and let people know that the service is available. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I'm Muturiatunga Christopher, PhD candidate in community health. I'm looking at the barriers you mentioned, and one of them is misconceptions. Some of these misconceptions are highly publicized and even from reputable organizations who actually exhibit publicly that they have done scientific analysis to tell that these COVID vaccines are dangerous. And there was a misconception going on that all those that were vaccinated will die in 2 years' time. Now, you are saying you are putting strategies to alleviate these tensions and fears. Have you thought of, say, doing some molecular analysis, integrating it into your action plan, so that when you are alleviating these misconceptions, you have evidence that is deep enough to outweigh those that are putting up the issues that are misleading the public not to uptake the vaccination. Thank you.
Is that all? Okay, let me respond. Thank you so much for those questions. Let me respond to the first question first. Mary highlighted working with the private sector or the private hospitals. Yes, I think this is a gap in the entire health system. Some programs tend to not actively work with the private sector. So this has been identified as a gap, and I'll air it out to my teams and see how best we can engage with the private sector to boost uptake of vaccines plus other public health interventions. Thank you so much. Then about the myth and misconceptions, interestingly, myth and misconceptions about COVID-19 are not only in Uganda, they kind of cut across all communities, even outside Uganda. So the Ministry of Health is aware that we do have pockets of misconceptions among populations. And what we are doing is, first, we are working with epidemiologists and vaccinologists and plus other technical people to come out with facts, then convince the populations that the vaccines are safe. Two, we are being encouraged to always point out who the perpetrators of negative messages are in society and report them to authorities, because it is I don't want to use the word that it is a crime, but it is not acceptable for somebody to come out and you tell people that when you get a COVID-19 vaccine, you're going to become impotent and infertile and you'll need to produce again. Then people shun away from vaccines. So we are being advised to report these people because the damage is high and it is felt. However, like I said, that the Ministry of Health is aware. We are trying so much. The ministry is working with the relevant stakeholders to counteract the effects of misconceptions, and we also appeal to the general public that the COVID-19 vaccines are safe. We don't have any study. Even me, myself, I was vaccinated, and I'm not alone. I don't have any evidence of being incapacitated in any way because of the vaccine. So our role is to continue convincing populations that the vaccines are safe. Is it okay?
Mastura, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
And response to the comments. So you can give him a round of applause as he takes his seat. Next is Samuel Tumwesigire, who is going to give us a presentation on low levels of awareness and practice of self-breast examination among women in rural communities in southwestern Uganda, a case at 2 lower-level health facilities. You'll give us a brief introduction about who you are so that we know you.
Yeah, thanks, Prof. I am Dr. Samuel Tumwesigire, recently qualified pathologist from the Department of Pathology, Mbarara University.
What should we work in that bone? I think you can start now.
Okay. Good morning once again.
Morning.
I'm happy to be here to share or to present an abstract titled Low Levels of Awareness and Practice of Self-Breast Examination Among Women in Rural Communities in Southwestern Uganda, a case at 2 lower level health centers. Oh, okay. Breast cancer is an important public health problem, not only because of its prevalence, but because of its morbidity. Part of the problem, part of the reason that the morbidity is very extensive or high is the late presentation of patients with the disease. In fact, about 70% of patients present with advanced disease, and that translates into a 5-year survival rate between 50 and 56. That means that early diagnosis of breast cancer, particularly through breast cancer screening, is needed. And actually, it has been shown that it improves outcomes. Self-breast examination is a recommended tool in breast cancer screening, largely because it is inexpensive, it is not complex to perform, and it's very practical. However, the problem is, particularly in rural Uganda, we are not aware, we do not know how much the population knows about self-breast examination and whether or not they practice it, which is why we set out to investigate the awareness and practice of self-breast examination among rural women in southwestern Uganda. The methods we set out between December 2022 and March 2023, we carried out a cross-sectional study at Bugamba Health Center 4 and Chinoni Health Center 4 in Mbarara district, following our eligibility criteria, which was women above 18 years, rather 18 years and above, and that we served by these 2 health centers. We administered the informed consent, and then went ahead to administer an interview, administered a pre-tested questionnaire that had a number of questions about social demographic data, for example, age and level of education, but also research objective oriented questions such as awareness of self-breast examination, who told them, whether they practice, and how often they practice it. This data was collected and then analyzed using Slater version 17, and then descriptively analyzed to determine the level of awareness and practice of self-breast examination. The results, at the baseline level from the sample population, we had a total of 337 women with an average age of 37.5, SD 14.3. The median age was 35, and our model age group was 20 at 29. Other baseline data, level education, 90% had some level of education. The most common was primary education. However, about 70% couldn't name a correct breast cancer risk. And then less than 50% didn't have knowledge about any one correct presentation of breast cancer. About the self-breast examination awareness, 28%, which 28% of the sample knew about breast cancer or had heard about self-breast examination. And these were told by a number of people through channels, the most common being health workers, so 58, or rather a little below 60% were told by nurses, and then just over 20% told by doctors. Important is to note that the village health teams, the VHTs, less than 5% were told rural participants about self-breast examination, noting a gap there. Concerning the practice of self-breast examination, only 10% reported to practice self-breast examination, and of the 10, about less than half, which is 12, practiced it like it's recommended once a month. So the findings to us reveal that, one, there is a notable awareness gap regarding self-breast examination among the women we surveyed, but also that there is low self-breast exam practice. Moreover, that less than half of those that practiced it correctly. The implications of our study, first, it highlights the need for interventions, for example, intensified facility-based health education. And this can be at the level of health facility personnel giving it to patients, or patients that report to the health facility, but also mentorship as well to these health to the health practitioners. Then the other would be community sensitization dialogues. Importantly, they would best be mediated by the village health teams, so that will be another useful intervention to raise the awareness. And then thirdly, development of culturally sensitive information, education, and communication materials in simplified English and local languages to improve awareness, and that possibly translating into self-breast examination practice. These initiatives, going ahead, these initiatives will enhance self-breast examination awareness and practice rather, especially when they emphasize regular checks. And then more broadly, this could translate eventually into early detection of breast anomalies, leading to early treatment, and therefore improving health outcomes of the disease. These are some of the references we used. And I would like to acknowledge the study participants, the co-authors, there are very many, the supervisors, Professor Mologo, Dr. Chris among them, and we got funding from First Mile Community Health Program. And thank you.
Thank you for the presentation about self-breast examination. Now, Samuel, sorry. A case of 2 lower-level health facilities. Now we will come comments, questions, the presentation.
Dr. Tumwesjire, your work is thorough and very attractive. You are making suggestions, but they are hanging because there is no one they are subjected to for implementation. And that is the most important thing. The recommendations are very good and can be turned into a model, but they need to be appended to someone who is going to implement them. And maybe strategically you need to also add some beef on how they are going to be implemented. And this will help the community survive the cancer scourge. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment.
Thank you, Samuel, for the presentation. This marks the end of morning session 1 presentations. You can take your seats. Give him a round of applause for the presentation. We apologize for the technical hitches. Of course, delay to start due to the weather. You know, here when it rains, everything comes almost to a standstill. But we hope going forward, we are going to be up to the schedule as it is given. Right now, I think what is on is the break, and after the break, there will be the opening plenary, the opening session, I think so. In this very place. Yes, which was scheduled to start at 11:10. So somehow we have gone beyond, but that is due to the delays we have got, the IT, the rain, and the like. I would like to take this opportunity to thank you, thank the presenters, and for you, the audience, for having participated actively. And now we can break off and stop here and go and have a break, which is and some refreshments which are served at the back of this room. So thank you.
Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Mbarara University succeed we must. With God's will, we shall make the best of must. Let us unite and cooperate to build the nation in different sectors. Our pride and ego will shine forever and will be victors. My alma mater, long live Mbarara University.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Inna a'atwaina kal-kawthar faswali li rabbika wanhar. Inna shan'aka al-abtar. Allah, we want to thank you for this morning. We thank you for everyone who is here. We thank you for a keynote guest speaker and all the international people here. We thank you for all the presenters of the day. We pray that you guide them through their presentations. And for all of us who have come here today, we pray that we are able to learn something to further improve and develop our lives. Thank you so much. We call upon for your guidance. God bless you all.
Thank you. It's the first time someone is leading a prayer and others clap. I don't know, they're clapping to the Arabic, or the prayer. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our annual Research Dissemination Conference. Most of you said you will be here and you are here. We would like to welcome and recognize our international partners who have come all the way from the different countries. In no specific order, allow me to welcome our colleagues and partners from Tanzania, University of Muhimbili in Tanzania. Please wave to us. Okay, she's still at the back. Let's also welcome our friends and colleagues and partners from Global Health Collaborative, Massachusetts General Hospital in the different capacities, those from University of California, San Francisco. Professor Judith, thank you for coming to be with us. We also welcome Professor Jessica Agaba. Thank you for coming all the way from Harvard University School of Medicine. We welcome Professor Mark Sidner. Tumwebaze. Yes, welcome. Thank you for being with us. Huh? Webale. Oh, yeah. Okay. You've learned the name and the language. We gave you a cow. Is it going on the plane or you're leaving it with me? Okay. Oh, it can. Okay. Oh, thank you so much. We do welcome Dr. Peter Oates, who is the director of First Mile programs here. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, allow me also welcome our national partners, Epicenter Uganda. Thank you for coming. Epicenter, where are you? Yes, thank you so much, Epicenter. We also welcome our colleagues and friends from Camtech Uganda. Yes, under Nuriad, thank you so much. Without wasting time, I'll do the recognitions as time goes on. At this moment, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome and ask for remarks. He is a writer, a researcher, a preacher. Please, you're not supposed to laugh. He's a writer, a researcher, a mentor, a donor, and a grant person who has won several grants. He is the chairperson of DRGT board, but at the conference here right now, he is the chairman of the conference organizing committee. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for none other than, who have not yet called the name, I might change my mind, Associate Professor Joel Bazira.
Thank you very much, Angela. That introduction. I will start by thanking everyone for coming. Think to organize a meeting and then people don't show up, especially when it starts raining early in the morning. But thank you so much for braving the and being able to make it here on time. I think we are still on time, and so thank you very much for really coming. I'd also want to thank the government of Uganda, who is probably our biggest donor for this, through the university. We can clap for ourselves because this is the taxes we pay to help us to do such things. So we thank the government, administration of MAST for giving us this opportunity to disseminate our findings. And as you are all aware, this is the 18th conference. So we are making steps and moving, improving every conference. I want to thank the team that has worked with me. This day is the climax of many days. We started with the mentors workshop on Wednesday. And from the feedback, it was a great success. And people are asking for more. And so we are talking to our partners from MGH, GHC, that we should do it again, because I believe it's going to improve whatever we are doing as a university. And then yesterday, we also had a very beautiful PhD symposium where we had about 20 PhD students presenting their progress. And it was also an amazing time, an amazing moment to see what the several PhD candidates are actually working on. And it looks like the symposium has started to take shape because we had actually people presenting from Makerere, from Chambogo. So it looks like we are way in as Mbarara University. And today is the climax of the whole thing, what we've called the annual research dissemination conference. And it gives me joy to see that we are all here listening to the different things that are being done at Mbarara University. And as you know, if you don't disseminate it, you probably haven't done it well. Not that you haven't done it, but maybe you haven't done it well. So the fact that we have come to disseminate means there are things we have managed to do well. And so researchers in the house, thank you so much. You have done a great job. And I want to thank the team that I worked with, which includes the director, Sir Batwala, who has been the head of the secretariat, driving this whole thing. Thank you so much. We have a committee. We can clap for him. You know, those of you who may not know, the directorate is very, very thin on the ground. Officially has about 2 or 3 people to run everything. So when you see somebody pulling off such a thing, you should actually clap even more, because meaning that they have given up a lot to be able to drive us to this level. We have Dr. Ronald Tonjire, who actually also had sleepless nights trying to put this abstract book together. It wasn't an easy job, but he was up to the task with his team. I think they have done a fairly good job. There may be a few things inside there, but there is always room for correction. So we thank him for really giving in his time. This is voluntary service, not overseas, but in sea. So he does. We have the procurement, which was headed by Asaf, and the general part of the secretariat, which was headed by Madame Miriam, who should be behind there, still working very hard to make sure things go very well. So thank you so much, team. We also had, as you heard, the team on Wednesday for the mentors workshop, and to spearhead that was GHC and Madame Annette there. You see her seated. I'm sure she really did a lot of thinking and planning. We had mails exchanged to make sure that the first mentor becomes a success. Can we give her a round of applause? And I'm sure she didn't work alone. She worked with the team at GHC and with Professor Judy Hahn, who really also gave her time. And for all the mentors that came, I see Professor Gertrude, Dr. Rukundo, they were here to retool other mentors to make sure that we become better mentors. And for the PhD symposium, I have seen Dr. Kagwa, where are you? Okay, he's seated behind there, behind. So Dr. Kagwa was really very instrumental in making sure that the PhD symposium becomes a reality. So thank you so much, Dr. Kagwa, for helping us to drive the PhD symposium. And as we agreed, we are calling on other members of faculty to join Dr. Kagwa to make sure that we run this PhD symposium really, really fantastically and make it better. Yes, as I finish, I want to make 2 announcements. One announcement is that we are going to have an award ceremony this afternoon or evening. Evening, as we close, we have some awards to give, and they are in 2 categories. We have people who have been board members of the DRGT board. We shall appreciate them. So please be around so that you be appreciated. The second one, DRGT ran an advert for pilot funds. And we are glad to let you know that we have run through the process, and probably over about 20 teams are going to be awarded research funds to a tune of 20 million Uganda shillings. So please don't go away. If you wrote a grant and submitted it, I'm sure you should be anxious to know the outcome. So be around after the next session so that you will hear what has come out of your application. And the last one is that there's a cocktail at the end of everything to summarize this day. So please don't leave the food for me. You know me, I have capacity and potential. So I want us to share this food together. So God bless you and have a wonderful day.
It's so amazing, a pastor to tell us there's a cocktail. In Jesus' name, we shall take it. Ladies and gentlemen, in the house, we do have some deans present. And again, in no specific order, allow me to welcome and recognize Professor Leju Bani Julius, from the Dean, Faculty of Science. Please stand up for recognition. We do have Dean Chijambu Frederick, the Dean, Faculty of Business and Management Sciences. Thank you so much for being with us. We do have the Director of Center for Innovation and Technology Transfer, Dr. Medad Twinamasko. Thank you for being with us here. We do have the Deputy Dean of the Faculty. Thank you, Las Vegas. We do have the Deputy Dean, Faculty of Interdisciplinary Studies, Dr. Cleophas Karoma. Please stand up for recognition. Thank you. She has attended all the workshops. Please give her a round of applause, right from the start to the end. And ladies and gentlemen, in the house, there's someone I'm going to start recognizing. We do have a new celebrity in the house by the names of Mr. Kizito Mohammed. Please stand up for recognition. Kizito Mohammed, I'll request you to come forward, sir. Please come forward and I'll tell the group why. Please, time. Mr. Kizito, please come forward. Yes, as he's coming, just give him a hand clap, hand clap, hand clap, hand clap. Yes. Yes. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, as he's coming, yesterday he presented at the PhD symposium and we tweeted and he got us right now, I think we have 360K views as Mbarara University. He has brought visibility to us and not because his topic was exciting, but because he's a social person and he has carried the mast flag far and wide. I'm here to thank you for your visibility. In fact, let them take another photo and we tweet. We might get another more views. Please, you can go back and sit. Ladies and gentlemen, in the house we have the head of Department for Psychiatry. Please stand up for recognition. We do have lecturers from the Department of Psychiatry. This is important. We do have Associate Professor Maling Samuel. Please stand up. Thank you. We have Dr. Zari Rukundo. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, statistics show that Uganda mental health is going high. And in the house, we also have potential clients for these two gentlemen. Please clap for them. You're clapping for them. Now, all for you. At this moment, allow me welcome Dr. Associate Professor Vincent Batwala, the Director, DRGT, to give us the remarks. He has walked a long journey organizing, and we thank you, sir, for this day, and we've seen it to come to pass. You can use the podium. I was avoiding it because of my height.
All protocol observed. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I take the honor to welcome you to this annual research dissemination conference, which we are holding today at the Hotel Las Vegas in Mbarara. The theme for today is transforming our world for sustainable development by embracing an innovative research landscape. And ladies and gentlemen, research dissemination is about the journey to learn how to do things again and again. And we disseminate not to benefit only ourselves, researchers, academicians, CG, public, either publish or perish, but even to the consumers of the research outcomes. And that is why MUST has maintained the tradition of holding the annual research dissemination conference to now 18th time in a row. Ladies and gentlemen, I commend the effort you are putting in your sleepless nights to write grants. I've observed that your effort has yielded three things. One, solving or strategizing to solve the problems that the research is intended to. And two, providing employment to our people, the research staff, which has a ripple effect. Really, we need something to go home with. And as the Master Grants Office is employing over 400 research staff. I think you need to clap for that, really. Then there's an issue of capacity building in the form of scholarships and continuing education. It is very important. In the same spirit, I want to thank the Master Grants Office for managing all the grants that is under their docket. Right now, I can say that we have 92 grants running. And all this is due to your effort of having sleepless nights. Regarding internal research funds, my chair talked about here, we ran the second call for proposals, and we received 54 applications. This is far way above those we received in the first call. This call had 14 themes, and we extracted the themes from the Master Research Agenda. I want to tell you that from now on, we shall be using the Master Research Agenda, and we shall be repeating these themes so that you get used to your university research agenda. Out of the 54 applications, some were dropped because they were not eligible. One proposal was from Zimbabwe, and the PI was a Zimbabwean, and the rest of the team members were from South Africa. Yet we wanted people who are master staff and are getting their salaries from government. Two proposals were from students with no master staff on the team. So that one, those were also dropped. One proposal with the team members in the category of project coordinators and research assistants with no permanent master staff on the team. So these were not eligible to get money through IFMIS, through Ministry of Finance. And 6 proposals for these ones, when we did the background check, and the huge uncleared accountabilities. And we notified all the PIs for this proposal that were dropped in writing. But of course they knew when they were applying because it was clearly stated under the LGBT criteria. The detailed out. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall hold the next annual research dissemination conference on Friday, 22nd of November 2024. Of course, the PhD symposium will be on Thursday, 21st November 2024, and the supervisor's workshop on Wednesday, 20th November 2024. Once again, I welcome you and thank all those members that have helped us to host this conference, and also not forget the communication team, which has done a great job tweeting, WhatsApping, and all those things, you know. I don't want to leave this place without thanking Professor Jessica, who actually suggested that we should start holding the workshop for the mentors. And indeed, she did a great job, and she came and supported us up to now. Thank you very much, and wish you good deliberations.
Thank you so much, Associate Professor Vincent Batwala. Ladies and gentlemen, we also recognize and welcome the ICT team. This is the team behind the online and the ones projecting our work in the different rooms. The ICT team, please stand up. This is headed by Mr. Amos Bariashava. There is Owen. Please stand up. You know, IT people are always shy because they are hackers. Okay, I have Christine there. Yes, Peter. Marvin? Okay, he's out. But thank you so much. We really appreciate your work. We don't take it for granted. When the machines go off, we look at you like, what are you doing? You bear that with us. Welcome, Dr. Winnie Mwindike, the Director of ISS and PI of so many projects. Dr. Winnie, thank you for being with us. Yes, we do have in the house Miss Jacqueline Karuhanga, the grants manager. In my language, I'd call her the donor. Yes, please, thank you. Thank you for being with us here today. Ladies and gentlemen, many people do write so many things and impact the community. It may be with or without research, but we do have in the house one of the members who have covered the face of a woman to try to save her from shame. These are the people who move district per district, operating on women with fistula. Here we do have Dr. Onesmus Biamukama. Yes, they do that with Dr. Musa and a couple of Dr. Brenda, I've seen Kijabwangu behind there. Dr. Kijabwangu, please stand up. Kijabwangu Rogers. Yes, thank you so much. I speak this with pride because these two have increased our visibility. They work in a year, they operate upon like 300 women in different districts. That shows you that we really need help. So if you're going to write a grant, write it to impact the community just like they do. Thank you so much. At this moment, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome the next speaker on the program. And this one is once a dean, always a dean. He was the dean of Faculty of Medicine. He has been a director of so many projects. But when you speak of community health, his name appears. He is a person who has now become the director of maternal, newborn, and child health. He's soft-spoken, and the PhD means hair, poor hair distribution for him. He is here to speak to us, Professor Jerome Kabachenga.
Thank you, Angela. Protocol observed. Although I am a member of the scientific committee of this conference, I didn't take part in selecting myself for this presentation. It was the scientific committee which did it. I'm going to make a presentation on this project known as HEY, that is the brand name, Healthy Adolescents and Young People. Peter? Okay. This project is to improve adolescent and young people health, that is 10 to 24 years, in 2 districts of southwestern Uganda through district-wide capacity strengthening aligned with district and national priorities. It is implemented at 3 levels: at the district, at health facility, and communities. The project is implemented as a collaborative project between Mbarara University in Uganda and the University of Calgary in Canada. We have had a collaboration between MAST and the University of Calgary for the last 20 years. Our initial entry point was in child health, and we formed a partnership known as Healthy Child Uganda. So we found out through our community placements that the communities were mostly lacking in education on how to do with child health and development. And we identified that education was key towards these people getting to have the knowledge and the practices about child health. And we saw that the community health workers would be a very important tool to really help in increasing knowledge and improving practices. So this is the Healthy Adolescents and Young People project, is like the third in line. The first one was through health children. The next one was a combined maternal, newborn, and child health. The current one is focusing on adolescents. Peter, my slides are not moving. Now we have come out with a tree. When you are involved in community sort of interventions, you have to come out with things that try to show you how, when you are communicating with people, that they can understand what you are involved in. So with this project, we have a tree, the head tree. You can see it has branches, and the canopy, that's where we have the objectives, what we are aiming at. But we do that through the 3 cycles you see. One at the top is the district, the middle one is health facilities, and the lower one is the communities, where we work mostly with village health teams. I should have mentioned that this project has been implemented in Bushenyi and Rubirizi, and now we are in Intungamo. And downwards, you see the roots, you see self-reliance, transparency, embeddedness, and the others. In implementing this project started in 2020, and we did a baseline survey. In the baseline survey, there are so many issues that came out concerning adolescents. And we had to sit down and find a way on how would we package intervention to see those, to solve or to overcome those challenges that we identified. But in summary, we found out that in the communities, in the district, the health facilities and the community, there was a gap in adolescent health care because adolescents were taken to be mostly healthy and maybe were seen as people who are stubborn, who are having very, very various issues. But now in this baseline survey, we found that there were gaps from parents, from health workers, even from local leaders, and as far as handling adolescent issues are concerned. Next slide. Next. So the interventions have been in various sort of ways. I decided to use a pictorial one. The photo in the far left is about us interacting. Like as I said, we work with the districts. That was a district council in Bushenyi. The other one on the right, we offered some mattresses and washing facilities to secondary schools. We have been using radios for as far as disseminating information. We also have improved the health management information system as far as the provision of computers are concerned. We have worked with village health teams, and in the village health teams, we have come out with a job aid. This is what you see the VHTs here are sharing. It is something that has helped us to work with people at the district, at the health facilities, with VHTs, and even with schools. For those on the front, I have a few copies. You can have a look at that job aid. It has 24 topics, which were derivative from our interactions with the communities. Now, in numbers, we have done a lot of trainings and engagement with the various groups. We have done with district leaders, health unit management committees, health workers, LC1 chairpersons, head teachers of secondary schools. But the big chunk of the people we have trained are the village health teams. In those two districts, we have trained all the village health teams and equipped them with the skills required to handle issues related with adolescents. Next slide. We did a midline evaluation. We found out that since implementing the project, there is high motivation for the health of adolescents and young people, and adolescent health in general. We also found out improved health facility and AY service and friendliness, because people were not used or they didn't have the skills to handle adolescents. And also we found out that more adolescents and young people are seeking facility-based care. On this one is what we found out at midline. After going through all the trainings, people have started on their own coming out with the innovations. Like on the far left, there that was a school which never had a sick bay. So they mobilized and they are putting up a sick bay for the students. The lower one is a talking compound whereby they have started putting on messages. You can see education going on in secondary schools. And the upper one on the right is there is a tree which you cannot see at a distance, whereby the village health teams are really being undergoing some sort of refresher training. So the first one there, these are the tools we have been working with, the job aid on the far left. And we also came out with the job aid contains all the topics we have come out with, which are on a wheel, which we call a hay wheel. And it is all around, it covers very many topics, about 24. And those are the ones which are used in trainings at the different levels. On the right, you can see a VHT is using that that job aid, community job aid. Down on the right, you find one of the members of parliament had visited us here. We had at Mbarara University, Chumro campus, and was visiting the store for hay project. And they went away with the copies of the community job aid. Then I think the other one is also, I think, an area member of parliament for one of the districts. In the different places, we have established adolescent and young people safe spaces. You can see one is in the health center. There is one also in the village at a homestead where people can discuss in the communities and, of course, in the schools. And these are the showcasing of the different sort of activities which are being implemented by the project. On the far right, we had the Dean Faculty of Medicine, University of Calgary, was visiting one of the health centers. And even the lower one on the right, we have had the people from the Ministry of Health. The upper left side, that was a commissioner for health promotion, Ministry of Health. They had come to share with us. The middle one top is a photograph where there was a area member of parliament for one of the districts who had come to interact with members of the district. What are the lessons that we have learned from this project? That safe spaces can help in alleviating mental health issues, teenage pregnancies, alcohol, and drug abuse. We have found out that adolescent and young people issues are complex. They do not rely in the health sector. They are spread out in the different sectors. So you have to work with parents, teachers, health workers. It calls for multi-sectoral and multi-level collaboration. And that's what we call in our wheel everyoneness. It requires everyone to be involved. And we have found out orientation, widespread, leads to various prayers to improve adolescent young sexual reproductive health and rights. We found that some of the indicators regarding adolescent health are not incorporated in health management information system, and we are going to work with the districts to see that they are incorporated from the national level. There are more efforts to be made in addressing boy-specific challenges. The emphasis has been on the girl child, and it appears the boy has been left out. We find that we need also to address that issue. And we have also introduced the health, adolescent and young health as a cross-cutting issue in the districts we have worked in. in the technical planning committees and sub-county levels where we have different levels of government and even gone to the parish level. There is a video, I don't know whether it can play. That one can be like a summary of what we have done.
The very first time we started training, actually the stakeholders, the district stakeholders, the sub-county stakeholders, you would really feel people have appreciated that we are not doing the role, or we are not doing our roles as parents, as leaders, as even the people that actually should be eye openers for the community. So we appreciate that we were brought back on board to feel our responsibilities.
Before, we could receive these young adolescents, but we did not have proper knowledge about how to handle them. Some would come in hiding, others would fear to approach us because our attitude. Adolescents have said, we don't come to the health facility.
Those are internet issues. Maybe I may comment on where
Recording
we are
in
now.
progress.
At the moment, we have started this week doing an inline survey. We hope by the next annual research dissemination conference, we shall share with you.
Because the askari, the security guard, sends us away. And then
I think internet is the problem. We can stop here. We are conducting an inline survey to see the effect of our intervention, and by the next annual research dissemination conference, we shall have stories to share with you about the intervention under the HAY project. Last slide. Last slide, we are very appreciative of Global Affairs Canada, who are the funders of this project. And the Canadian government has supported us for the last 20 years. We started with Canadian CIDA. We changed later. We are supported by DFTID, Department for Foreign Trade and Development. Then now it is Global Affairs Canada, but it is the same sort of organization. And we also appreciate this collaboration between University of Calgary and MAST. And we have some resources. For more information, you can go to that website of the partnership, Health Child Uganda Partnership, at www.healthchilduganda.org. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Associate Jerome Kabache. Great presentation. For the great presentation. Let's give a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, still recognitions are going on in the house. Allow me to welcome Mr. Asaf Kataranje, who is the Deputy Dean, Faculty of Business and Management Sciences. Thank you so much for being with us. We do have HODs in the house, the heads of department. We do have the head of department for surgery, Dr. Daniel Kisitu Chengera. Thank you for coming and being with us today. We do have Dr. Raymond Atwine, the head of department pathology. He was called out for an emergency. We do have Dr. Kure John, head of department accounting and finance in the Faculty of Business and Management Sciences. We do have acting head of department, Dr. Sudi Balimutta Joe, acting head of department education, foundation, and psychology. We do have Mr. Simon Lugera, the head of department medical lab sciences. Ladies and gentlemen, with honor, I do welcome the chief of surgery, Dr. David Kitia, the neurosurgeon and president of neurosurgery in Uganda. I said it and I'll say it again. He has just completed a successful camp and they have worked upon 50 patients with neuro disorders and they were all successful. Thank you so much. We do have a representative of the Dean Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology, Mr. Vincent Rutaganjibwa. I read that in English, don't worry. Yes, thank you for representing the Dean of FIRST. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to hear remarks from the lady from Kabale, Professor Gawa Jessica Mbarara. They gave her the name Agava, so she says she's from Kabale. And she also got a cow, you're from Kabale. You didn't know? Ankole.
Okay, thank you, Angela. Good afternoon. Oh, I've been. Next time. Wonderful. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak to you all today, and I'm just amazed at this sea of people here. It's so fantastic to see many friends I don't know yet, so please come introduce yourselves later. But I've been attending these events for almost 15 years now, and it's just so fantastic to see the progress, to see the amazing research that's going on here at MUST. So thank you to the organizers for putting this wonderful event together, and thank you all for participating. This really is a community event, and it's great to see so many wonderful presentations. I'd also like to extend the greetings from our colleagues in Boston. My second home after Kabale is Boston. So we have many folks here today, but there are many more partners who couldn't make it today. And I bring you their greetings, including Dr. Louise Ivers, who runs our Center for Global Health. And I just have a few quick remarks to make, because I think there are many other important talks to get to. But for those of you who were at the Dissemination Conference last March, I gave an address about how to be a successful and impactful researcher. I hope a few of you remember. Any hands? Oh, come on, don't be shy. I hope somebody was listening. Okay, just in case you weren't, or you'd like a refresher, I just want to highlight a few things, because what I'm seeing here is exactly what I talked about last year. So the first part of being a successful, impactful researcher is the individual. And those of you who know David Bangsberg, how many people here still remember David? He's a mentor to me. He was a mentor to many, many people here. He would always talk about a fire in the belly. You know, to be a successful researcher, you have to have passion for what you're doing. You can't get up every day. I see some heads nodding, right? You can't get up every day and go to the bench, go to the field, go to your computer, and carry on your research if you don't care about it deeply. And what I've seen even just this morning is a lot of fires and a lot of bellies. So let's just pause and clap for that, because that's an amazing accomplishment. Because we know as researchers, it's a long process. You have to think about what you want to study. You have to review the literature, out what you know, what you don't know, figure out how to answer a question, which sounds simple, but it's actually really hard to come up with an impactful hypothesis that you can, and then you have to get funding and conduct your study, write all those protocols, get them approved, collect the data, analyze it, all that stuff, through to manuscripts. And another thing that I've been really impressed with is how connected so many of these projects are to the community. That's something that we haven't always done, and I think MUST is really doing a fantastic job of engaging with community advisory boards, going to the community, talking to people about their studies, because that's where the impact happens. So I think at the individual level, I'm seeing such fantastic and so many amazing projects where the individual researchers are making a difference. You're educating yourself, you're learning from your community, and you're applying that to research in really impactful ways. So let's clap for the individual researchers. That's the first step. The next step are the mentors. And we've already heard a lot already from Dr. Bazira and others about the mentoring workshop. But I think that workshop really speaks to the commitment of mentors here at MUST. It can be hard to be a mentor, but it's also an amazing privilege and opportunity. And so let's clap now for the mentors who are really making a difference here. And for those of you who aren't mentors yet, please come into the fold. We need more of you. And we'll be having more trainings on the skills needed to really help people develop their research careers and how to do that as part of this research village. So the next part of this puzzle are the institutions. So MUST has put a lot of effort into developing its research enterprise. We have so many different people working on all different aspects of research. That includes everything from administration to ethics to peer support. And I just want to congratulate MUST on how much progress has been made in all of these areas. It does really take a village to do researchers. It's not just investigators. It's people driving cars, cleaning the facilities, running our grants, every aspect of it, study coordinators, research assistants, everybody, statisticians. It is such a large investment of time and people's resources. So one more clap for all the people that contribute to the research we're doing. And one thing I just want to highlight is something that I've seen a lot more in the last couple of years, which is that peer engagement. And one of the areas of strength that I often rely on as a researcher are my peers. I always have my peers read my grants, help me with my papers, help me with the analyses I'm doing. And I've started to see groups form at MUST where you guys do that for each other. And that's another way of leveraging the investment that the institution is making in you, that your mentors are making in you, that you as mentors are making in others. So I really encourage you to do more of that. I think that's for us all to grow together. So I will end there just to say again that I am so impressed with what I'm seeing here at the Dissemination Conference. This is an amazing village. I feel really privileged to be a member of your village and to continue to see it grow. So thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you so much, Professor Gaba. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't speak about MUST and you do not speak about the pioneers or the luminaries. Allow me to welcome and recognize Dr. Birungi Speciosa, one of the pioneer staff of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. For those of you who may not know Dr. Speciosa, her life story is inspirational. She started as a copy typist, and right now she has a PhD. Who does that? Start small, go big. Congratulations, and thank you so much. Allow me to also recognize the Deputy Director, Global Health Collaborative, Uganda chapter, Dr. Annette Kembabazi. From my mouth to God's ears, Annette Kembabazi, please stand up for recognition. Yes, the next symposium you're presenting, I'm told. At this moment, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite the Vice Chancellor in the capacity of the academic registrar to speak to us and give her remarks on behalf of the university administration, management, and Senate.
That clap, ladies and gentlemen. That's better. I know it's a cold day, a cold afternoon. Greetings. Our guest speaker, Professor Judy Hahn from the University of California, San Francisco, distinguished guests, esteemed scholars, researchers and innovators, members of the academic community, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor, Professor Celestino Obua, and the university management, I extend a warm welcome to each of you to this 18th Annual Research Dissemination Conference. This gathering, which by the way is the second largest crowd puller at MUST, second to the graduations, which attract close to 7,000 people, is an investment, is a testament to MUST's unwavering commitment to fostering a culture of research and innovation, a culture that aims at transforming our community and nation for sustainable development. MUST recognizes the immense value of research and innovation, not only as a pillar of academic excellence, but also as a catalyst of societal advancement. The environment today at MUST is conducive for research. In fact, today at MUST, if you are an academic who is not engaging in research or grant writing, you are an outlier. This environment is made possible by the generous contribution of the government of Uganda to research. Our guest speaker and distinguished guests and scholars, I would like to inform you that the government of Uganda is in support of research and innovation. And for the last 2 financial years, MUST, like any public university, has been given research funds. The government released $1 billion for research and innovation to MUST, 70% of which the university gave to the Directorate of Research and Graduate Training for research, and 30% to the Center of Innovation and Technology Transfer. A big hand of applause to the government. We are aware, though, that our big brother, Makerere University, is getting 30 times what we are getting. So like the proverbial Oliver Twist, we put our plates forward. May we have some more, please? Oliver Twist, for those who have read Charles Dickens, got a beating for asking for more soup. But for us, as the second premier public university in Uganda, the first public university of science and technology, we believe that the government will increase our research funds to probably $3 billion. However, as we wait for more funding from government, we are not seated. You know the saying, necessity is a mother of invention. A number of researchers at MUST have taken to grant writing. It is becoming a common occurrence at MUST for a multidisciplinary team to get together, burn the midnight candle, and compete for international grants. Allow me not to name drop because there are many awardees seated in this room today. Because to name is to omit. I do not want to be accused of naming some and leaving out others. However, management congratulates our colleagues who have won prestigious grants. This conference serves as a platform for our researchers to showcase their latest findings, share their perspectives, and engage in stimulating discussions that foster collaboration and cross-disciplinary exchange. It is through these interactions that new ideas emerge and innovative solutions are devised. This conference is preceded by 2 intense workshops. The Supervisors and Mentors Workshop, which was held on Wednesday, the first of its kind in MUST, and the PhD Symposium, which was held yesterday. All these are aimed at creating a robust and innovative environment, research and innovation environment. I attended the Supervisors and Mentors Workshop. A number of speakers emphasized the need for mentorship in supervision. However, 2 issues struck out for me. One was presented by the distinguished Associate Professor Gertrude Chiwanuka, who, according to her, has served MUST since 1994. Is she around here? And she was presenting about ethical conduct in research. Professor Gertrude emphasized the need for publication. She reminded us about the mantra, publish or perish, but added, publish with caution, tread carefully. She informed us that the push and pressure to publish worldwide has given rise to some unethical behaviors. And she mentioned fabrication, falsification, and plagiarism, FFP. She urged scholars, academics, researchers to exercise caution as they publish, and she cited a number of articles which had been retracted after discovery of falsified or fabricated results. I actually remember a quotation that she gave. She said, "It takes 20 years to build a reputation, but 5 minutes to ruin it." That's for us scholars and researchers in the push to publish. We must ensure that we don't fabricate, falsify, and plagiarize. Another speaker, there were quite a number of speakers, but this struck out for me. Another speaker talked about e-supervision. That is Dr. Adon Rukundo. He spoke about the need for and benefits for e-supervision. One of the things that caught my attention were some of the tools that he mentioned that help supervisors and researchers, the usual anti-plagiarism tools. However, he informed us that some researchers or students are sharp. He told a story of a student who submitted his work. Then the supervisor put the work through an anti-plagiarism checker. The supervisor then found a high similarity index. So he asked the student to resubmit his work. The student then used another tool for paraphrasing and resubmitted the work, saying, "Let me see if these people really know what they're doing." Indeed, the supervisor put it through the anti-plagiarism checker and did not find any similarities and accepted the work. Note, the student did not change any ideas. He simply put it through a paraphrasing tool. This also is unethical behavior. However, this went through the system. And so he was calling upon supervisors to up their game. Distinguished guests, we are living in the 4th industrial revolution. The level of technological advancement is growing beyond human understanding. The buzzword today is artificial intelligence. Everybody is talking about the different chatbots, the most common being ChatGPT. However, there are many. I normally use Googlebird. The emergence of these chatbots has raised a scare in the academia amongst researchers and scholars. Some institutions are even threatening to ban it. But can you ban the use of AI today? My take is that it's too late. Instead of fearing it, universities, researchers, and scholars should embrace it and leverage it for the advancement of scholarly work. I attended a meeting where people were bashing AI, and I felt sorry for them. To resist AI is to return to Stone Age. In his article in the Sunday Vision on July 9th, 2023, Dr. Ian Clark wrote, in Europe, the article was, when people are replaced by technology, And I quote, "In Europe, they're using technology to simplify procedures, while in Africa, we are doing the opposite. We tend to put more complex procedures requiring more checks and more staff, which increases more costs and leaves an open door to poor services and paying facilitation to get through the system." So for us in the academic world, let us embrace technology to help us in research and innovation. The second day of these activities was the PhD symposium. And I must say that since its inception, PhD students have gained confidence to present their work, and the completion rates of doctoral students at this university have increased. A big hand of applause to our Director of Research and Graduate Training, Professor Vincent Batwala, and his board, the board chairperson, Professor Joel Bazira, who are the conveners of this week's activity. One more thing that we might want to do is to take our findings out of the ivory tower and into the community, or invite the community, and I mean the lay person, into the ivory tower and show them what our research and innovation is contributing to them. When I was defending my thesis on student satisfaction in universities in Uganda, one professor said he would only pass me if I explained my thesis in simple language to his grandmother in the village. So it should be with us here that our groundbreaking research can be explained to the Omuntu wa wansi. That way, I believe, we shall transform our world for sustainable development. On Tuesday, the public relations officer spoke at a certain function, and she mentioned an innovation from Camtech, where some people had developed an app that can detect the amount of chemicals in vegetables that we buy from the market. That, for me, was exciting. I would like to use that app. The amount of chemicals in the tomatoes that I buy from the market, because I find the tomatoes white, all sprayed out. I take them home and wash them in vinegar, warm water, bicarbonate. I don't know whether that is enough to remove the chemicals. So I would like to use this app. And such groundbreaking innovations should be showcased at functions like this. So next year, I hope the Director of Research and Graduate Training, I know he said this has been very hectic, 3 hectic days, but next year put a whole week. Let's have a whole week of research. Let us have those groundbreaking innovations put there so we can see and touch. And let us bring the Omuntu wa wansi in here to sit with us and talk with us, and we tell them what we have done. Distinguished guests, as I conclude, the Vice-Chancellor asked me to extend his heartfelt gratitude to the organizers of this 3-day event. Their tireless efforts and dedication have made it a reality. One of my favorite sayings is, "The taste of the pudding is in the eating." The dear Rajiti does not deserve to tell us he's competent. We can see it from the fruits of these 3 days. I would like, therefore, to request that his team, of course, starting with the chairman of the board, Professor Joel Bazira, to stand for recognition, the director to stand for recognition, and the team. There are those who are working in the kitchen, those who have been behind this. Would you please stand for recognition? Great. There are other ladies at the back. You are part of this team, you know, that Professor Gaba was talking about. There are many people that come together to make this happen. So I would like to thank you very much for the work that you have put in. And I would like to thank, we don't work alone, we don't work in silos. There are many people that have contributed to this. I know that the workshop on Wednesday was sponsored by MGH Collaborative. So I would like to thank you very much for working together with Mbarara University of Science and Technology, and all of us who have come here. Thank you very much for coming. Those who are going to present, the Vice Chancellor says, thank you very much for the work that you have put in. Thank you for listening to me, ladies and gentlemen. Succeed we must for God and my country.
Thank you so much, Dr. Martha. Indeed, you're an academic registrar, a good listener. Like you heard many people speak at the different events, I also heard you speak at the Meta's workshop. She mentioned that there's a lot of blame game with supervisors and students because there's a fee to those who pay late. And then they're like, you're making me pay because my supervisor was late. So as supervisors, they were told to keep time. Did I record you right? I got it, yes. Ladies and gentlemen, you can't speak about research and do not speak about research ethical committee. Allow me to welcome the ethical committee members here present. I saw Madam Gladys Nakalema. Please stand up for recognition. She's critical at editing. You don't pass her. Is Dixon here and Kate? We heard the chairperson, yes, the other day. But thank you so much for the work you're doing. We know you are short of staff, but at least you make ends meet. And ladies and gentlemen, she has been spoken about. But allow me once again also recognize, once again, always again, Dr. Gertrude Chiwanuka, who is also a PI of so many projects, but in particular to this Mbarara University Research Ethics and Education Program, MURIP, which has mentored so many. Thank you so much, Professor Gertrude, and always standing with us in everything. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me now invite the keynote speaker, but before we go any further, allow me to also bring something back with the permission that I was granted by the chair of this committee. During the 29th graduation ceremony of Mbarara University of Science and Technology, different scholars were rewarded under the academic audit program. To our visitors, this is a program that evaluates the output of researchers. In terms of faculty, they are researchers, how many researchers they are supervising, their grants, and what they have done to change the world. Among these, many stood out and they got medals of awards. The number of publications is what they looked at last graduation. Among them were Associate Professor Joel Bazira was there, Dr. Rukundo Zari, there was the Dean Faculty of Medicine, there was Dr. Grace Kagoro, there was the GOAT of the year of the Mbarara University, the greatest of all times in research was Dr. Bajonira Francis, and you mean the others were not researchers? He was the greatest of all. He has the toppest number of publications in the university. There was Dr. Edgar Mlogo. So the keynote speaker, it's my humble request that we shall invite you after you're speaking and Dr. Mark Sidner to award those who did not receive their medals at graduation. There are just two of them, and you can give them a congratulatory handshake, that golden handshake. They deserve it. So come and speak to us, Professor Judith Hart, and give us the keynote speaker address. And thereafter, you will do the award ceremony with Dr. Mark Sidner Tumwebaze. Thank you so much. As she's coming, allow me also recognize one exhibitor at the back, ChemMat. These are people who deal with different medical equipment. And if you have time, you can go and look at their stall at the back. But like the academic registrar said, we need to have exhibition and we touch and see and feel. And we appreciate our innovators. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's such a pleasure to be here. Thank you, organizers of this conference, DRGT, the deans, the Vice Chancellor Office, and Mbarara University, and I'm sure I'm forgetting. but I'm really thrilled to be here. I'm really grateful and honored to be presenting to you, and of course to be part of this university for so many years. It's just been such a wonderful experience, and I'm just thrilled. And I will tell you that I am actually nervous. This is a huge, beautiful crowd, and I thank you all for being here. I thank the people who are on Zoom, and so I'm just thrilled to be here. I wanted to also extend my greetings from Madam Aneka, who has been a major part of my research and, of course, of this university and the research endeavors. So trying to keep in with the theme of the conference, the title of my talk is Embracing an Innovative Research Landscape through the lens of an alcohol HIV research career. And I have two main aims of this talk. One is to discuss the role of alcohol in health, HIV epidemic, and HIV comorbidities. And I was very happy to hear about the alcohol and drug abuse, drug use issues already being addressed with adolescents, and you'll see why I feel it's so important. So thank you for that, and I think this is a little bit of an under-recognized area, so I hope to bring it to highlight a bit. Also maybe in keeping with sort of the theme of this week, the mentoring, the careers, I wanted to discuss my and our collaborative alcohol HIV research journey over the years with MUST, with Dr. Winnie Muyandeke, who has been an incredible partner all these years. But be able to tell you about the work, to tell you about what I think is important in this field, but also to give an example of a career and tell you about some of the ways, some of our journey. And I think that along the way I'll try to address opportunities we leveraged for innovation. Okay, so digging into alcohol use. It contributes to over 200 health problems, I'm sure you're aware. Many organs of the body, the brain, infections, sexual function. In addition, this figure left off a few important things: psychosocial effects, of course, mental health problems, birth problems, violence, and trauma. And alcohol use, 5% of deaths worldwide are caused by alcohol use, so it is a really significant problem. Just to give you some definitions, there is a range of alcohol use, of course. Whoops. There's a range of alcohol use. At the bottom of this pyramid is abstinence, and in Uganda, a very large number of people are actually abstinent. Then there's lower risk drinking. And then we get to the part that we have been focusing on in our research, the top two parts of the triangle, the heavy and hazardous and risky drinking, and also alcohol use disorder. And I know someone was going to ask me after where they fall in the triangle, so I was going to define the orange part, the hazardous drinking. So for men, hazardous drinking is you're considered a hazardous drinker if you drink more than 15 or more drinks per week, or 5 or more drinks during drinking one session. For women, it's less because we cannot handle alcohol the same way. So it's 8 or more drinks per week or 4 or more drinks per drinking session. So what is the situation in Uganda? Here's the graph from the World Health Organization of males in Uganda. So like I said, about 51% of men actually don't drink at all. Among the men who drink, though, there is a category of heavy episodic drinking. Women, it's not quite as severe, at least in terms of numbers. Most women, 76% of women abstain, and 8% of women are engaging in heavy episodic alcohol use. And just to define the heavy episodic drinking, that's 5 or more drinks in one sitting, at least monthly. And total volume of drinking among the men who drink in Uganda is about 1.7 times what the global average is for drinking, so there are some patterns of some very heavy alcohol use. Whoop. Will it still go? Or do I have to wait? Okay, thank you. I'm not able to advance. Thank you. Oh. Okay, so patterns worldwide. This is a map showing the share of heavy alcohol use worldwide. So you can see sub-Saharan Africa has a lot of dark red, so there is a lot of heavy drinking in sub-Saharan Africa, also in Russia as well, and some parts of Eastern Europe. It overlaps very well, unfortunately, with HIV epidemic, where you see where HIV is concentrated, of course, in sub-Saharan Africa. So it's an important issue for HIV. Now I'm bringing HIV into the picture here. Oh, we're losing the titles. That's what I get for trying to put too much on a slide. But this is, the title of this slide, I believe, is Effective Hazardous Alcohol Use on the HIV Cascade and Comorbidities. I wanted to point out, for the HIV epidemic, even though there's this huge overlap, for many years, alcohol was considered, it wasn't considered in HIV. It's the forgotten drug in HIV/AIDS. And I think the first reason for that is that you can't get HIV from a bottle directly, at least. But of course, there are ways through which alcohol use, which you can get HIV. I would actually also hypothesize that you can, another reason why it was forgotten is that many of the researchers were engaging in the behavior and do engage in the behavior as well, and so maybe it wasn't considered such an important problem, or they didn't want to think about it. And I don't know if there's research on that, but I have actually seen research that shows that doctors who take alcohol, who drink alcohol, are less likely to ask their patients about their alcohol use. So we have to think about sometimes when we're studying things, maybe we don't study things that we don't think are a problem because maybe we're engaged in those behaviors ourselves. Anyway, to move on, back to the HIV cascade, alcohol use does affect, as we know, sexual risk behavior leading to HIV infection. It can delay diagnosis, entry into care, and receipt of antiretrovirals and retention, as well as adherence, and then viral non-suppression. And then at the same time, alcohol use also affects important comorbidities of HIV, shown here. So just to give you some background, when we first started thinking about this, what were the data, and what are the really strong data? So alcohol is a driver of sexual transmission of HIV, and a meta-analysis of 10 prospective studies looked at that association and found basically the alcohol use variables doubled the risk of becoming infected with HIV. Not really a surprise. How did that happen? Well, the obvious, like we just mentioned, is the behavioral mechanisms by which alcohol use would cause unprotected sex, which would lead to HIV transmission. In addition, alcohol has biological effects where it can increase susceptibility to infection and increase viral shedding as well. Looking at the data for alcohol and ART adherence, there have been some meta-analyses done. The first one was published in 2009 that included 40 studies that were in the United States and Europe, and then more recently a publication of meta-analysis with 32 studies all conducted in sub-Saharan Africa that showed, again, that any and hazardous alcohol use approximately doubled the odds of non-adherence. Looking at that cascade in a little bit more detail, we're in Uganda and Kenya. This shows as you go from left to right on this slide, in each category, that's increasing levels of drinking. And you can see that as you increase the level of drinking, there is the decreased level of being actually diagnosed with HIV. That is actually our biggest effect in the cascade, and this was data from not too long ago. Not so much of an effect, a little weaker on the receiving ART, and then again, a little bit stronger in the viral suppression, where increased alcohol use was associated with poorer viral suppression. Okay, so now I want to, so that was more other people's work. I want to dig into what we've been working on and see if we can, I would like to illustrate a little bit of innovation, I hope. Okay, so my early experience with doing this work, okay, was I was at UCSF. David Bangsberg was at UCSF. For those of you, some of people were there too, and he was doing some work. I got involved. He was being mentored by my mentor, actually. And you know, I was working at the intersection of substance use and infectious diseases. I was actually doing work in San Francisco, and started working with him. He was also doing some work in San Francisco. He was starting a cohort. It was actually in Kampala, looking at people in Kampala just getting on ART. And I asked if I could work with him, and I started looking at some of the data that they were collecting. We were collecting data on, well, he was measuring the adherence. Along the way, we were worried about the hepatotoxicity of the new antiretrovirals. We were also worried about the, oh, here we go, about the level of alcohol use that's going on that might actually increase the level of hepatotoxicity. So we did a little study within that cohort, a sort of sub-study, and we looked, and we did find that there was not a huge amount of severe toxicity except for one death, so that was a bit concerning. When we looked at the alcohol use, we found that 5% met the criteria for current hazardous alcohol use. And that one left us scratching our heads because we had seen the data. The World Health Organization had been putting out data on alcohol use around the world, and Uganda was ranking very high. So we were quite confused and concerned. And then I think the next slide is going to talk about, then the next place we looked, David came to Mbarara and started doing the UARTO cohort, where there are 500 participants. Oh, okay, so we were wondering if that difference was due to underreport, or maybe people who were drinking alcohol just weren't getting antiretrovirals. So we looked another place. We looked in the UARTO cohort of 502 people, and we found 22%, which is a higher number, but it was reporting any current alcohol use. So we're still a little bit lower than we expected. And then when we looked, there was a longitudinal study. We looked longitudinally, and we noticed a very surprising finding that 64% of those with alcohol use at baseline reported becoming and remaining abstinent for a median of 2.5 years. And we thought, wow, that is the best intervention ever. We knew we were excited about ART, but we didn't realize it was going to actually do such a good job with alcohol use as well. Or perhaps it wasn't actually happening, and that was self-report. So we were scratching our heads again. I wanted to note, and I think this has maybe been said many times already this week, but here I want to just show you that that was an example. I was, maybe new with my PhD, leveraging opportunities with my mentor's data, my mentor's cohort, digging in and finding making new discoveries with his data. And I have to say that I've already seen many presentations in this week that have done the same, so I'm really excited that I think that message is, certainly being heard and being taught and being spread, and it's just, it's really the way you have to get started. Okay, so having these unexpected findings of the alcohol use, we said, is there an objective way to measure the alcohol use? Can we use something other than self-report? So the possible answer, of course, was liver enzymes. We're talking about people with HIV on ART, and we were worried that the liver enzymes would be elevated for other reasons. So we looked in the literature, and we found that there were new biomarkers, there were direct markers of how alcohol is metabolized in the body. And so we propose a study to validate these candidate alcohol biomarkers, and that is a study, that was my first NIH grant. It was an R21. It took me 3 submissions to get it, but we did get it. I persevered, and we got this study going. What was this study? Well, we did breathalyzer testing at participants' home or in bars daily for 21 days, and there's Chris with the breathalyzer. We collected specimens, and then we found that phosphatidylethanol, or PEth, was the best predictor of the total number of days drinking, and there's the PEth molecule, And there's our receiver operator curve, and we found very high sensitivity, good specificity. It would be higher, the specificity would go up if we changed the cutoff a bit, but it was a very good marker for prior 21-day hazardous alcohol use. So how have we used this biomarker now in our research? Well, the next thing we did is we said, okay, let's go back and look and see what is actually happening in clinical care. So we got funded to do a cohort study of people entering HIV care. We had a cohort of 208 people, and they were new to HIV care, and they were people who, in the ISS clinic screening, had reported that they had consumed any alcohol in the prior year. And we found that by self-report, 44% of those reported that they were that they met criteria for hazardous alcohol use. But then when we added in the biomarker, the PEth, that number jumped to 64%. And we followed them in their first year of care. We were looking to see if we were going to see those declines. And by self-report, we did indeed see big declines in alcohol use. But when we added in the PEth, unfortunately, those declines pretty much disappeared. In addition, Dr. Winnie led an analysis looking at the biomarker in patients that we had recruited into a study but had just been screened by the ISS clinic for alcohol use. And we found of 104 people, 30 of them actually had PEth at detectable levels, at levels indicating hazardous alcohol use. So just more data on that point. So we've been able to leverage this biomarker in many different ways, and I'll just give you a quick summary of those ways. We've looked at HIV, hazardous alcohol use and HIV disease progression, safety of isoniazid for TB in people with hazardous alcohol use, looking at TB infection and disease that we're doing right now. We also looked at interventions because, unfortunately, since alcohol use wasn't decreasing, we wanted to see if we could look at ways to reduce alcohol use. We did a counseling-based intervention, and we recently finished a study on financial incentives contingent on a point-of-care alcohol urine test that Dr. Winnie will be presenting after lunch. And we'd like to move it to the next level. We want to think about if we give, and we are starting to give participants their PEth results, can that help motivate reducing alcohol use? And right now, we have a proposal that we hope to get funded on that. And just to think about the trajectory of this work. So that last slide was probably 15 years of work. What's the trajectory? First was the validation study. And I will tell you that David Bangsberg told me I need to do a validation study when I just wanted to go ahead and use the biomarker. And he was right. So you have to take the early preliminary foundational steps to get where you're going. You have to be a little bit careful. And I was just in such a rush, and he had the perspective to say, no, wait, slow down, do it right. So there's one word of advice. Then I did the next step of determining the prevalence of the problem. The next step was then using it as an exposure, the biomarker as an exposure in observational studies. That's also often a next step when in your research career. You might want to jump to the RCT, but sometimes you have to do sort of the observational work to really find out what's going on. Then we did some randomized trials, and we used the biomarker as an outcome. And now we're thinking about how can we move that to the next step to be able to be implemented. So the next thing I want to talk about is thinking beyond individual studies. And I know if you're just starting out, you have to do the individual studies. However, I think there's some opportunities that maybe can start coming up a little bit earlier in one's career now that there's some new things out there that I'm going to get to. But one thing I want to talk about is individual participant data meta-analysis. So earlier in the slides, I mentioned several meta-analyses, and those were classic meta-analyses. And for these analyses, the first thing you do is a systematic review of the literature. And the next thing you do is you do an analysis where you basically pick off the effect size from all the studies that are eligible for your analysis, and you estimate an overall effect size. You can't control for anything, really. It's a very powerful tool that we've been using for a long time, but now we can get something even more powerful. We can do the IPD meta-analysis, where you still do the systematic review of the literature, and then you do the analysis using raw data to estimate the overall effect size. And then you can control for things, and you can have your outcomes measured consistently, and is now considered the gold standard for evidence. So that's very exciting. And that little picture at the top kind of illustrates that you might have these 5 studies with fairly small sample size, which makes sense. But if you can bring them together, you can get a study with a very large sample size and be a lot more definitive. So we were able to do an IPD analysis of PEth data. And I want to reflect a little bit, if I have time, on how we were able to do that. We brought in 21 studies. And these 21 studies, as we were doing our PEth analyses in our work, we were presenting on this, and people would come to me, how can I use this PEth? And I would help them. Dr. Necka would, give them advice on how to get the specimens and store them and transport them and send them to the lab. And Yona was helping. And there were, many people involved. And we were very giving. I wanted to reflect on that a bit, because I know that research can feel very competitive, especially when you're submitting grant proposals. But when you can collaborate, when you give your advice freely, it's going to pay in the end. And here is an example where it really did pay, because I was able to ask all these researchers. I actually knew all the people collecting PEth data because they had come to us and we had advised them on how to do it. So then, 5-10 years later, they were saying, sure, let's share our data, let's do this together. And so I'm very happy about that, and I think that even for me, it's an important lesson for how the collaboration can really pay off. And everyone got to be author on the manuscript. So we ended up with a sample size of over 6,000 people on 4 continents, and we were able to look at biological factors affecting PEth sensitivity. And right now we're actually working on another analysis. We're actually looking at alcohol interventions because, like I said, we need to help reduce alcohol use. And we look in the literature and we see some seem like they do, some seem like they don't. The same intervention in one place maybe doesn't work in another. We're bringing the data together, and we're going to use the PEth biomarker and have an objective outcome and have a lot of data in one place. So that's in progress. Okay. Now, I just want to quickly talk about one other thing that you may or may not be aware of. Those of you who are on new studies are probably very aware of this, that the National Institutes of Health is requiring that all of their funded research deposit their data on a regular basis in data repositories. You take off the identifiers, but it's very much required. Oh, boy. So that is a challenge. It's not easy to do. But I don't want it to be a one-way street. The reason why they want these data deposited is that they want the data used. And that means used worldwide. So an academic researcher can apply. I think the websites are still a little behind, but I'm sure they're going to be catching up soon. You can ask for data. You can search, find out what data are there, and bring and make a request. Say, oh my gosh, I need to look at this study. Wow, there's data out there that can help me answer this question. And maybe also, not just one study, maybe you can bring together several studies that weren't previously brought together before. So I think that's very exciting, and I think we need to learn how to use this. I don't know how to use it yet, but I just want everyone to be aware that it's not a one-way street of putting the data in these repositories. We need to be getting it out as well. Okay, so I'm going to wrap up. I just showed you some of my research. It had this very nice trajectory going from pilot studies, validation studies, observational RCTs, to pooled analyses. But I also want to tell you that in reality, that was like the cleaned up version, right? That's where the real version is all sorts of things that I tried, I dabbled in, and it's okay, right? It happens, something will stick, right? So these other colors are the other, maybe research areas that I went to and back and forth from, and that's okay. Sometimes it turns out I collaborate with someone early on, another few years later, I come back to it. Again, this is a theme that I think I've been hearing more and more, and it's just wonderful. But this work really was made possible by the teamwork of many people. So I wanted to thank the research participants. I want to thank Dr. Winnie Muyundike for so many years of wonderful collaboration, Dr. Neka Eminyanu for managing all these programs so ably, the study coordinators, the data managers, the statisticians, my mentors, and many, many collaborators, and of course, the funder, who I hope will stay strong. And just want to share with you some early days of our team. So this is on the left, I think it's from 2007, Annette and Neka on the left, and one of our early study teams. This is a little bit more recently. Whoop. And this is more recently also with many collaborations from all over, including Boston Medical Center. And thank you for the Musk community welcoming them and their research. And I need to say it. Libere Mununga. I wanted to also recognize the study staff from all these studies. If you're here, you know who you are, who've been on alcohol, HIV research. Could you stand up? Well, thank you so much. They're so inspiring. Everyone here has been inspiring, but of course, I know them well. And okay, so the important thing to say, though, is by the powers entrusted to me, I declare this conference open.
Before you take your seat, Professor, please just help me and stay here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's unfair not to give the profile of the person who has just spoken. Allow me at this moment invite one of the people who have worked longest with Professor Judith to tell us who really she is and who has spoken to us. That should have been before. Now it's going to carry more meaning. Dr. Winnie, thank you so much.
Protocol observed. Please allow me to welcome and introduce my friend and a long-time collaborator, Professor Judy Han, to MAST and Mbarara. Judy Han is a professor of medicine in HIV, Division of Infectious Diseases and Global Medicine Division in the Department of Medicine at UCSF, the University of California, San Francisco. Judy Han is an epidemiologist with extensive experience and has been studying the behavioral and biological intersections of substance use and infectious diseases. She is a principal investigator of several studies since 2006. She has mentioned several of them here, and they've been impactful in HIV, alcohol, and the biomarkers. Okay. Judy Han has been collaborating with MAST since 2005 and has brought several. Right. I think my voice is audible, so treasure her long-time collaboration and has been a mentor to many of us and has published over 200 peer-reviewed papers. We appreciate you and we welcome you.
At this moment, allow me welcome Dr. Mark Sidner. Oh, it will be unfair. Please come forward. Everyone has gotten a Ugandan name and a cow. You need a Ugandan name. And there's no one who can baptize her for me. I need a proper person who will give a cow, not chicken. Chomhendo, you come and say it here. Dr. Medet, please come and do the honor of baptizing. You even have a religious aspect, so we are safe. You don't give her a hard name, these things over quarter, bichi, bichi, A simple one, yeah? A simple one.
Thank you so much, Prof, for a good presentation. In the interest of time and in recognition of what Professor has done for MAST, we can baptize her Chirabo. Chirabo means gift. You are a gift to MAST. Thank you. Congratulations.
Yes. Okay. Allow me invite one of the communication crew persons to present. And at this moment, I'll step aside. I'll invite also the Director DRIGT, please come forward, and the representative of the academic registrar to hand the medal the top researchers under the academic audit that recognized faculty. At this moment, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome medalists. You know, every medalist is called KEEP. He'll take a handshake with the academic registrar, and then the last person, Vice Chancellor, I'm sorry. Point of correction, the Vice Chancellor is the first, and then the medal will go to Professor Batwala, you're this side. So the medal goes to Dr. Sidna. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for none other than the man from community health, the professor, the mentor, the researcher. Those words. A proud father and husband, a good teacher. Let's put our hands together for Associate Professor Edgar Mulogo. And there the DJ played some song that was bringing him. Let's clap for him. There's no music. The handshake starts from here. That is the swag of researchers. Congratulations. No, the medal is here. Yes, so that is the medalist. We do have the greatest of all time researchers, Professor Dr. Francis Bajonera. I do request a representative to come and receive this medal on behalf of him. Oh yes, there's someone coming for his medal. Thank you so much for representing. And you're going to research with him and receive the medal with him. If Kwetega was a person, you start from here with the Vice Chancellor. Thank you so much, Keith. Yes, they work together. Yes, receive the medal. You take the photo shoot. Those are the top researchers in the university. Thank you so much. Let's take our seats. Housekeeping. Like I always say that, yes, on that day they handshook minister. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going for lunch, and after lunch, we are going back to the parallel sessions. Allow me to also thank the chairpersons of the sessions and the researchers. It's not easy to stand before a panel and present your paper. Thank you for taking time. The Vice Chancellor said you burnt the midnight candles, but I trust you burnt the midnight solar energy. So congratulations and thank you so much. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the conference. And it's our pride always to have you here as researchers, mentors, and faculty that take MAST to the next level. I can't thank you enough. I always say, God bless the food we're about to eat. In your name we have prayed. and we're eating, I always say we go for lunch in alphabetical order. If you're Angela, you go first. But if you're Nakato, no, Angela. So we shall go according to height this time, and I'll take off my shoes. Bon appetit.
Positive patients who have been in care for more than 6 months on ART and who had hazardous alcohol use as defined by self-report, that is the ARDC of more than 3 for women and more than 4 for men, and using a biomarker that is urine ethyl glucuronide dip. It was a 2x2 factorial design, and all our participants received INH, that is isoniazid, for TB prevention. That is what I've been trying to explain, the 2x2 factorial. We had 4 arms. Arm 1 was the control. That arm received no rewards at all. Arm 2 received rewards for alcohol reduction. Arm 3 received rewards for INH adherence. And Arm 4 received rewards when we confirmed that there was both alcohol reduction in hazardous alcohol intake, and also INH adherence. So that is part of what I've been describing. We did point of care at all the visits at 2 weeks, and at monthly visits, we did point of care urine tests for both alcohol intervention and INH adherence. So we did urine ethyl glucuronide, which is a biomarker for recent alcohol intake over 24 to 48 hours. And when it is negative, it indicates that there hasn't been hazardous alcohol use in the previous 24 to 48 hours. We did urine isoscreen, which went positive. That's a biomarker for recent INH ingestion. And those guided how we give the rewards. Sorry, one of the slides doesn't show, my apologies, but it only had the dipped trial. So we used escalating financial incentives at each visit. We had a visit at 2 weeks of giving the INH, of intake of INH, and thereafter monthly. As I have mentioned, our participants took INH for 6 months, so we had 7 visits. And at each visit, we would do the point of care testing and be able to give a reward for those with a urine ETG, negative or positive isoscreen for INH adherence, depending on the arm. And they had the scratch cards. Several had a low value of 5,000 shillings that you would scratch and win, depending on how the test has shown. We had low value of 5,000 with a 90% probability of picking that scratch card. We had medium financial values of 10,000 and high at 50,000. And at each visit, you could get an increase in the number of cards you draw based on the previous experiences in the behavior. So it was a really nice game for the participants, and they looked forward to the visits. So our primary outcomes were non-hazardous alcohol use at 3 and 6 months post-enrollment, measured with PEth, that's a biomarker that Judy Hahn talked about, phosphatidylethanol, and also self-report. The other primary outcome was INH adherence, based on the medication electronic monitoring system, that's the MEMS, more than 90% pill bottle cap opening of the INH prescribed. We did multivariable logistic regression analysis to be able to get to our outcomes. We screened 5,508 patients, from which we were able to enroll 680, that's our sample size, and then we randomized them to the different 4 arms, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So what did we find? What we found is out of the 680 participants enrolled, 69% of them were males, and the median age of 39. The baseline HIV viral load was 90%. The median ARDC was 6, and the PEth median was 252. As you recall, I mentioned that we enrolled hazardous alcohol drinkers and a path of more than 200 usually is significant and shows us that there's hazardous alcohol use. So what were our main findings? This is what is interesting. In regard to the alcohol outcome, at 3 and 6 months, we found that in the alcohol incentive arms, there were 17.6% of participants with non-hazardous alcohol use. And compared to the 9.9 in the no alcohol incentive arms. In other words, the incentive arm, there was a great reduction, significant reduction in alcohol use in the arms that got the alcohol reduction incentives. In regard to the INH adherence outcomes, there was not significant difference in both the adherence incentive arms and the non-adherence incentive arms. Our secondary outcomes, which we analyzed, which were also very important and interesting, we found that there was the non-hazardous alcohol use at 12 months was maintained, which was very good, even when the rewards had been stopped at 6 months. In the alcohol incentive arms, there were 19% non-hazardous alcohol use, and compared to the 11% in the no alcohol incentive arms. So the economic incentives really did well. The HIV virus suppression in either arm there was no statistically significant difference. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Anyhow, to conclude, what did we find, or what did we conclude? That our escalating economic incentives contingent on reduced alcohol use led to significant reduction in biomarker confirmed alcohol use at 6 months and 12 months. But we still note that although there was a significant reduction, the level of alcohol use was still high overall. Remember, I talked about the 17.6, but we still had about 82% or 83% of participants still taking hazardous alcohol use. We found no effect of the intervention on INH adherence or viral suppression. DIPT trial used less intensive visit frequency of giving these rewards, and it could be a pragmatic modification of contingency management in resource-limited settings. I'm happy to say that this trial has published so far 8 papers, and 12 others are in preparation for submission. So this is really important to us, and I'm sharing the link to the main paper which was published in the Lancet Global Health, and really fruitful work. I do want to acknowledge all those on the slide, and I do want to share our publication from the Lancet Global Health published by Gabriel Chami and Professor Judy Hahn, and I'm the senior author on this main paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Winnie, for the presentation. You are just in time. And since we have stepped in to moderate these sessions, you will come in as the chair for the upcoming presentations. For those with comments, questions, they will come after. Once all the presenters have made their presentation, then you'll have a chance to ask them or to add comments. You write them down so that you don't forget them. So the next presenter, no, let me hand over to the coming chairperson.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor. So I'm happy to welcome the next presenter. If she's around, Rita Chichoncho. Oh, you're trying to organize. Okay, so. So Rita Chichoncho will be talking about the prevalence and contributors to kidney dysfunction among type 2 diabetes mellitus patients at Sorority Regional Referral Hospital in Eastern Uganda. So welcome, Rita. Yourself?
Okay, good afternoon to you all. I'm happy to be here to present one of the works that has kept me busy this year. It's a study that I conducted at Sorority Regional Referral Hospital together with some of my colleagues there and also my mentors. This group of mine is affiliated in different universities. We have I have a mentor from Makerere University and also from Mbarara right here. And I'll be taking you through this study. It's about the prevalence and contributors of kidney dysfunction among type 2 diabetes mellitus patients at that facility.
We apologize for the delays.
Sorry for the delays as the technical person is trying to load it.
It's my humble request that the rest of the presenters please submit your work so that it is ready.
I think you can scroll it there. Guess I'll be navigated from that side, so I'll just carry on. Probably you follow with me as the slides go on. Kidney dysfunction basically it's a common occurrence in type 2 diabetes mellitus patients. And so it is considered dysfunction at the time the full manifestation of the full-blown end-stage kidney disease before it comes into play. So we looked at the kidney dysfunction as one that is considered to contribute immensely to the increased morbidity and mortality that is found within the population, the diabetic population. So the prevalence and the incidence of kidney dysfunction is still an issue that requires our attention, and it's driven mainly by the high prevalences of diabetes and also the better survival that is found within this population. So as one lives longer with DM, they are likely to develop the complications that are associated with it, and one of them is kidney disease. Previous studies also demonstrated that the prevalence of kidney dysfunction varies depending on the geographical locations. So you'd find that there are different reportings from different geographical locations of how this disease is manifesting in the diabetic population. So with that background, we set out to look at the factors and the contributors, the prevalence and the contributors of the kidney dysfunction to kidney dysfunction. So the problem is that there is an increase in cases or in people who are having kidney disease, and it's presumed that this increase will be up to 10.4% by 2040, and this is basically due to the rapid urbanization or increase in status, especially among low middle income countries. The burden of DM and its complications in the developing countries is mainly contributed by the economic development as the lifestyle improves and changes, the rapid urbanization, and also the increased calorific intake, as well as the adoption of a sedentary lifestyle contributes to DM, and of course with the accompanying complications. And so let's look at the objectives. So for the objectives, we wanted to look at the prevalence and the contributors. Specifically, we wanted to establish the proportion of those diabetic patients who were having kidney dysfunction, and also wanted to look at the contributors to this kidney dysfunction among this population. So we had a cross-sectional study that was going to look at the type 2 diabetes mellitus patients at the diabetic clinic of Sorority Regional Referral Hospital. We recruited these patients in a consecutive manner, and the eligibility was that these patients were already known type 2 DM patients, and we excluded those that were pregnant or were having known kidney diseases already. The sample size was around 140. We had 148 study participants. Our study received administrative clearance and also ethical approval from Busitema University Faculty of Health Sciences. With the data collection, we interviewed the participants and then administered questionnaires, which they filled, and we obtained data such as their demographic data, such as their age and sex, and also picked out some lifestyle related factors. We did anthropometric measurements, whereby we took the blood pressure, weight, and height, as among others. We took spot urine samples to measure microalbuminuria, and also took blood to measure the associated blood markers. You can move on. So for the blood, we specifically looked at those parameters: blood urea nitrogen, total cholesterol, triglycerides, and lipoproteins, glucose, and also did an eGFR for them. Then for the urine, we did the microalbumin, which we used actually as our defining marker for kidney dysfunction, and then also took the urinalysis as well. Keep going. Yeah, of course we stored our samples, because when we collected them from the study site, we had another proxy lab where we took our samples, so we had to ensure that we transport them in good condition. When they got there, we kept them at that temperature for further analysis in case of further analysis. Then we processed the blood markers on a chemistry analyzer using system-compatible reagents. And then we also performed quality control within the lab, and all equipment were calibrated. In the statistical analysis, the prevalence, we documented it as a proportion, and then expressed it as a percentage. And then the distribution within the prevalence was done using the chi-square tests and the fish-exact tests. We did logistic regression analysis because we had to either define whether you have kidney disease or you do not have, and so we did logistic regression. So what we got, I'll rush through the results. From the results, the prevalence for kidney disease was 48.65. I'm not sure I can have my eyesight up to that close. I'm sure you're also not able to see very clearly. It's because we are doing this from email. So it was 46.65, which was about 72 participants out of the 148 participants that we had recruited. And we found that this difference in the prevalence was more among the people who are known hypertensives. And that's for that highlighted. Wow. Then the second table basically displays the logistic regression where we did bivariate and multivariate analysis. And at multivariate analysis, we found that only proteinuria was associated or was a significant contributor to kidney dysfunction. This is macro proteins that we found to be among all the other factors that we had within the study. To the discussion. So we found that kidney disease was in 48.65% of the participants, and this prevalence is really scattered among different investigators. Some found 15.2%, and others found 27.1%, but as you know, prevalences are usually affected by the methods that are employed to identify the condition. So we believe that maybe the difference in our finding could be due to the difference in the sample sizes of the studies, and also the definitions of kidney disease, and as well as the race, because the two studies I have there, one is from a Japanese population, another is from a Chinese population, and I think that could also have contributed somehow. On the second objective, that was looking at the contributors, we found that only proteinuria was associated, and this is of course in agreement with other studies as well, and therefore because it has a pathological or a biological role in the pathogenesis of kidney dysfunction. So in conclusion, we found that the presence of macroproteins in urine contribute immensely to the observed kidney injury, and therefore the screening of proteinuria should always be part of the criterion that is used when identifying kidney dysfunction among the diabetic patients. And also as a limitation, I may need to mention that although we found only proteinuria as a contributor, this does not negate the fact that even the other factors that are in the model could actually play a role in the pathogenesis of kidney dysfunction. I would like to acknowledge the research assistants and also the study participants, and also the financial support that we received from the Soweto University Research Innovations Fund, and then also the mentorship I got through the Multi-Mobility Research Capacity Initiative. My mentors are also on this team, and that's a grant. Yeah, these are the references.
Join me to thank Rita so much for the wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Please come and take your seat. And we welcome Jonan Tumwesigiri. So Jonan will be taking us through the predictors of personal air pollution exposure among adults in southwestern Uganda. Welcome, Jonan.
Thank you, moderator, Dr. Winnie. All protocols observed. I am Jonan Tumwesigire. I work with Global Health Collaborative, and I've worked on this study. I worked on this study as a research assistant, and I'm currently working as a project coordinator of air quality and lung health studies at MAST. I'll be presenting to us the predictors of personal air pollution exposure among older adults in southwestern Uganda, where we are. As he's looking for the slides, air pollution is known to be a leading environmental cause of death in worldwide, and Africa is heavily affected. If you look at the map, the air pollution, the ambient air pollution in Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, and Uganda is actually poor. If you look at the key on the other side of the map, we are supposed to have at least less than 10 micrograms, but Uganda is ranked in the countries with the worst air pollution, which puts all of us who live in this country at risk. But the most important component of air pollution is PM 2.5. And these are particulate matter that have less than 2.5 microns in diameter. And these can reach the lungs when inhaled. And when they reach the lungs, they have the capacity to cause local inflammation and predispose us to lung diseases, but also they have the capacity to close and join the circulatory system and predispose us to other conditions, including cancer. Next slide, please. The level of PM 2.5 in Uganda is not well understood. Studies done in Uganda and Kampala and Mbarara here at MAST by our team, led by Dr. Christo High in Mbarara, if you compare to the internationally accepted levels. If you see that curve, it changes with the weather. During the dry seasons, the PM 2.5 levels increase, and during the wet conditions, the PM 2.5 levels reduce. But overall, they are higher than the internationally accepted levels. However, we don't know how much an individual person is exposed to. And to bridge this gap, we measured personal PM 2.5 exposure among adult individuals in our region. Next slide. We got the participants from a cohort that has been ongoing since 2015. And our participants at the time of enrollment, they were aged at least 40 years. Some were HIV positive, in care for at least in care and on earth for at least 3 years. And the controls were HIV negative participants who were age and sex matched to the HIV positive participants. Enrollment took place at MAST and also at KCRC, Kabohe Clinical Research Center, and the Kabohe team that participated in this study are here. Thanks to you. Our participants completed respiratory symptom questionnaire. They completed pulmonary function testing. They completed personal air pollution measures, and our presentation today will focus on that. We also picked blood samples and induced sputum samples to continue and understand the effect of air pollution on lung health. Each of our participants wore the PM2.5 sample of at least 40 hours, and we measured PM2.5 exposure by pumping air through a pre-weighed filter, and then after the period of sampling, we weighed it again, and the difference in mass divided by its volume is the PM2.5 exposure for that person in that particular period of time. And that is the sampler that we used. When you look on the far left, right, that's the sampler already assembled, and that's when it is disassembled. But I wanted to draw your attention to the used filters down. As you can see, if you compare the used filters and the clean filters, the clean filter looks really clean. But when you look at the used filter, just for 40 hours, you see that the color changed. And this shows how much particles reach our lungs every time we are exposed, and this is only for 40 hours. So if you count for 40 years, 50 years exposed to the same air, it means the effect is much. We used univariate comparisons to identify the predictors of high exposure. These are our results, and these are demographic characteristics. We enrolled a total of 520 participants with a median age of 57. About half of them were female, very few current smokers, only 9%. About half of them had at least primary education, and about half, 51%, were in the lower economic status. We also performed a self-assessment of the indoor air quality, and majority of the participants said that their indoor air quality is either good or excellent. And majority of the participants, 86%, lived in homes where cooking was done using firewood, and majority of the participants still lived in homes where cooking was done in a separate building from the main house. The main source of light was solar at 49%, but surprisingly, about 2/3 of the participants were burning rubbish near their homes, in their homes, and that increases the risk or the exposure of PM2.5. Next, please. What did we find? We found out that PM2.5 exposure is high among women than men. And if you can see the levels, women are exposed to more than double what the men are exposed to. And the difference is statistically significant, which means that the women are exposed to a very higher levels of PM2.5. Next. We looked at other characteristics or predictors of PM2.5 exposure, and we divided them to demographic predictors and biomass predictors on the right. I will talk about a few things on this slide. When we look at HIV status, we are comparing the two, the positive and negative. We actually found that HIV status does not increase the exposure. But most importantly, we found out that people who were living in homes where cooking was done using firewood were exposed to higher levels compared to those who lived in homes where cooking was done by charcoal. Accepted levels. I also want to draw our attention to the lower side of the slide on the left on self-reported indoor air quality. Participants who said that their air quality is excellent were found to be exposed to the highest level of PM2.5, which tells us that people don't know that they are actually exposed to higher levels of PM2.5. And I don't know, you may find that even us who are in this room have the same thinking, because PM2.5 may not necessarily mean that it is the air is smelling bad, and we may not know that we are actually also exposed. The other predictors, we didn't find any significant differences between the subgroups. Next, please. In summary, what did we learn? We learned that overall, PM2.5 exposure is high in southwestern Uganda. We also learned that women may have higher PM2.5 exposure compared to men. But also we learned that many participants were not aware of their higher levels of exposure, and this highlights a great need for education about PM2.5 exposure and how best we can reduce it. Next. This study is still ongoing, and we are continuing to analyze data to characterize the influence of air pollution on lung inflammation and lung function using induced sputum and lung function testing. We will also identify the pollution sources so that we may inform personalized education approaches to reduce on exposure. We will plan to also conduct qualitative interviews to further understand the knowledge of the population about air pollution and health effects, so that we may design appropriate interventions. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Jonan. Please, you may take your seat. We shall take questions at the very last moment. Join me to welcome Daniel Omoding. Daniel Omoding, are you? My apologies. I'm told that the program has a bit of error. Join me to welcome Lisa Lebel. Very welcome, Lisa. Very welcome. She will be sharing something about the quality of research-informed consent in Ugandan laboring and non-laboring women. Very welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for welcoming me and for selecting our abstract for presentation. So I'm here presenting on behalf of our research team. Unfortunately, the first author on this work, Raymond Chahumaro, could not be here today. So I'm presenting on behalf of him and all of our partners at MUST and at KCRC who have helped with this work. Next slide, please. So we're going to be talking about the quality of informed consent obtained at different times during pregnancy. So I wanted to give a bit of background about why we should care about this topic. Why should we understand how people approach informed consent and make decisions? So as you can imagine, obtaining informed consent during labor, the pressure to participate could also be increased for people who are laboring at the time of consent. On the other hand, intrapartum research is a critical need. So pregnant women are routinely left out of clinical trials and not as researched as other populations. So there's a real need to better understand the best therapies for pregnant women. So we really do need that research. And there's some challenges with consenting people further out from labor, more prenatally. It's resource intensive, it's often impractical, and it could also cause stress. It may make people think about things in their pregnancy and worry more in ways they wouldn't have. So there's really a balance here. Next slide, please. So there's been very limited research already on these topics. So my colleague Adeline Boitin did a PubMed literature search for research consent from the interpartum period and found that out of 1,502 potential publications, only 22 were primary research studies. None of them had been carried out in resource-limited settings, and also none in sub-Saharan Africa. So there's a real need for context-specific research in these areas. So we took advantage of two ongoing cohort studies, one that was a hybrid implementation effectiveness trial that Dr. Boitin led with some of you, some colleagues here. I'm not going to talk about that today. We're actually going to focus on the observational study that Dr. Joseph Ngonzi and I co-led called PACO. Everything okay? You want me to use this one? Okay. So this one is called the Placentas, Antibodies, and Child Outcomes Study. So we focused on some of those other things for this study, but created a sub-study really to focus on informed consent in pregnancy. So it's a prospective birth cohort study of pregnant people with HIV, without HIV, and those taking PrEP in pregnancy. We were following mother-baby dyad, so both the enrolled woman and the baby born to her for 5 years through quarterly visits to measure their growth and their development and relate them to placenta findings. So we had been enrolling participants taking PrEP at any time during pregnancy because they were a bit harder to find, so we accepted them at any trimester, any day during pregnancy. And then after enrolling about 300 people in the total cohort of 617, we actually started enrolling a group of people in the second trimester of pregnancy to achieve a sub-study objective on placenta development. We saw that as an opportunity to really understand how people perceived informed consent during that time in pregnancy compared to the people that we had been enrolling in labor or the people we were going to enroll in labor. So in total, we enrolled 617 people in these different groups. So in the second trimester group, we enrolled 45 people who were living with HIV, 48 people who did not have HIV and were not taking PrEP, pre-exposure prophylaxis against HIV, and we enrolled 40 people who were taking pre-exposure prophylaxis against getting HIV. And then also we enrolled another 60 people in non-labor pregnancy into the PrEP group. And then we enrolled the numbers that you can see in labor. So 260 people with HIV, 163 without, and another 13 taking PrEP, so that the totals really were about 50% of people with HIV. For this sub-study on informed consent, we administered 4 standardized questionnaires. One that assessed the way that people understood consent, so the QUIC, the Quality of Informed Consent, Parts A and Parts B. Part A is a more objective measure, and Part B is more of a subjective understanding. We also administered something called the Medical Researcher Trust Scale, which aims to understand how much trust people have in researchers. So how much would they automatically trust those people? We also administered the FACES and a numerical pain scale to get an understanding of people's pain at the time of consent, and an anxiety scale, the Spielberger State Trait Anxiety Scale. Of note, most of these questionnaires have been used in this setting and in other resource-limited environments, but they haven't really been validated in these settings, so it's not really clear how well they translate. We also collected many other data points. So this is just a timeline to show you when we collected the data. So for the non-labor pregnancy group, those in the second trimester and other times, we had 146 people that we enrolled in that group. And at consent and during labor, as a repeated measure, we performed all 4 of those assessments. So the Medical Researcher Trust, the QUIC, the pain assessment, and the anxiety scale. For the group that was in labor when we enrolled them, they were numbering 79. We also conducted those 4 assessments, but did them only once, and that was at the time of consent during labor. So we found that the non-laboring participants scored higher on the Medical Research Trust Scale, so they had greater trust in medical researchers. They also scored higher on the QUIC-A, which is a so-called objective understanding of how well they understood the purpose of the research, why research is done in general, what their options were for participating in the study or not participating in the study, what the impact would be on their confidentiality, and also for the QUIC-B, which was their subjective understanding about how well they really understood the purpose of the research and their role in it. So that was non-laboring participants scoring higher on those scales. For the ones who were non-laboring, they also had a higher income, among those participants, a higher income was correlated with a higher objective understanding. Also being discontent or being upset at the time of consent correlated with a lower objective understanding of the informed consent. Higher medical research system also reported having a better subjective understanding of what they were doing. For those who were laboring at the time of consent, having HIV or living with HIV was associated with a higher QUIC-A, so a higher objective understanding of the informed consent, and higher medical researcher trust scores were associated with a higher QUIC-B. So similar to the other group, where having more medical research trust was associated with a better subjective understanding. So what we concluded is that the timing of informed consent impacts the quality of consent. We found that non-laboring participants really had higher trust and higher quality consent, which seemed to be somewhat influenced by their level of pain and anxiety at the time of consent. So where do we go from here? So in our discussions, we realized that there is a real problem in understanding of the research consent. There's really a gap between the consent form that we give participants and what they are understanding about the research, both their subjective understanding and what we measure as a so-called objective understanding. Doesn't mean that we shouldn't do research in pregnancy, and we're interested in really understanding which subset of patients actually had a really good understanding of the research. Were they people with a certain level of anxiety, a certain level of pain, and could we help use that information in the future to really consent people at the right time? So consent obtained outside of labor was overall higher quality, both on the objective and subjective measures than that obtained in labor. But it's not always practical to consent people in the second trimester. And our experience is that even with really intense efforts, we lost about 40% of the people to follow-up, even calling them every week and then every day as they came closer to the time of delivery. So it's unclear also whether these scales really are measuring consent and understanding well, especially in different cultural settings. And so I think we also need more research on that. So I wanted to thank all of the study participants, the teams at MUST and KCRC, all of the co-authors and the funding agencies, which is really the NIH for this work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lisa. That was a brief presentation. You kept time. Is Komukama around? Please join me to welcome Nimusima Komukama. She will be taking us through the 48-week outcomes after initiating dolutegravir among ART-naive adults in the Ugandan public sector. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nimusima Komukama, a senior research assistant, and I'm going to present our 48-week outcomes after initiation of dolutegravir among ART-naive adults in the Ugandan public sector, and this is on behalf of the DISCO team. Our background: tenofovir lamivudine dolutegravir, TLD, is recommended by the World Health Organization and the Uganda Ministry of Health as the preferred first-line antiretroviral therapy at treatment. Whereas clinical trials have shown excellent virologic outcomes among ART-naive participants, there is still no data known in the real-world setting other than the clinical setting. That's why our study aimed at evaluating the effectiveness of TLD among ART-naive adults with HIV in public clinics in Uganda. Our study is entirely an observational longitudinal cohort study in 2 public settings in Mbarara, Uganda, that is at the Mbarara Regional Referral Hospital Immune Suppression Syndrome Clinic and Mbarara City Clinic. We enrolled adults living with HIV, age 18 years and above, ART-naive, and presented for treatment initiation, enrolled in care at one of the study clinics, started on TLD by the clinic, and residing within 100 kilometers from the clinic. After the day of TLD initiation at the different clinics, we carried out data collection on the first day, on that enrollment day. Again, we saw these participants at week 24, that is a second visit, and week 48, the third visit. And all those visits were doing data collection, where we're doing interviews, chart reviews, and anthropomorphic data measurements, weight and height. We also did collect a blood sample for retrospective testing, and plasma viral load was tested using the Cepheid Gene Expert. However, also we are doing retrospective testing of the genotypic resistance test and objective adherence measures, and that is planned. Our study outcomes and statistical analysis: we summarized our study outcomes at week 48 as in care and suppressed, and here we considered a viral load of less than 50 copies per mil, in care and unsuppressed, in care with missing viral load data, lost from care, deceased, and we also used the chi-square tests to assess for predictors of viral non-suppression, including those deceased and lost from care at 48 weeks. Our study population was a number of 172. Of those, 102 were female at 59%, with median age of 31, and of the 102 women, 20 of them were pregnant, 24 had tuberculosis out of the 172, and our median CD4 count was 309 cells per millimeter cube. Our viral suppression results. As we see at week 0, we have most of the number at 89% in the yellow color as unsuppressed, and this was expected since they had not yet started any ART medications. However, we have 10.5 that really showed no detection of the viral load, which may be because they did not disclose that they had already started ART. At week 24, we had 67% of viral suppression, 13% were in care and unsuppressed, and we had 6% of them that had died, and 2% in care, but no viral load data. At week 48, which is our study of interest, we had 71% of participants who had suppressed virally, and 6% passed away, 12% were in care and unsuppressed, and then 8% are lost to follow-up, whereas 3.5 are in care but with no viral load data. As we saw, we had a certain percentage of 6% that passed away, and these are some other causes. So we see entirely it was not that the TLD was causing the death, but we had tuberculosis complications, cervical cancer complications, liver complications, and unknown reasons. We had 3 people. Our other study results, we had 10% that had undetectable viral load at the time of ART initiation, suggesting maybe undisclosed prior ART use. 8-week 48 specimens had a viral load of greater than 500 copies per mil, and resistance testing is planned. Most importantly, tuberculosis co-infection was significantly associated with viral non-suppression at 48 weeks. Our conclusions. Among individuals initiating TLD in the public sector in Uganda, only 71% had viral suppression at 48 weeks. This is in contrast to the greater than 95% rates of viral suppression in clinical trials and in cohorts observing individuals switching to TLD. These results therefore highlight ongoing challenges faced by ART-naive individuals initiating treatment in the region despite the TLD implementation. Programs must focus on this population, including management of opportunistic infections, adherence support, and retention in care to ensure that individuals initiating on ART reap the benefits of the modern regimens. Lastly, I'd like to acknowledge our DISCO investigators, and we have our international PIs, Dr. Suzanne McCluskey and Dr. Mark, and we also have Dr. Winnie Muyindike and the DISCO staff. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Komukama, for the wonderful presentation. Is the gentleman holding the whole continent of Africa around from Rubirizi? Oh, it's you. Welcome, Emmanuel, Africa. Africa will be sharing something, a comparison as a rapid diagnostic tool for symptomatic malaria patients in Rugazi Health Center in Rubirizi district. Very welcome. There's something to use to scroll.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Musao Emmanuel Africa. I'm an undergraduate student from Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Was doing medical laboratory science, and I'll be graduating in the next graduation ceremony of MAST. So we did this study with my colleagues. Anita Nakafuma is around, and we were supervised by Mr. Simon Peter Rugera. So our study was on HRP2 and PLDH MRDTs as diagnostic tools for symptomatic malaria patients at Rugasi Health Center in Rubirisi district. Yeah, malaria, according to World Health Organization, remains the highest. It has a very high prevalence rate, and its incidence rate is 478 cases per 1,000 population per year. And actually, malaria is responsible for over 40% of the outpatient visits in the government hospitals and even in the private hospitals. It is responsible for over 70,000 to 100,000 deaths per year. So for us to manage malaria well, we need an accurate and prompt laboratory diagnosis. So currently, we have malaria microscopy and PCR as the gold standards for diagnosis of malaria. But because PCR is expensive, we are still using microscopy. So we also have a malaria rapid diagnostic tests, and in Uganda, we are currently using histidine-rich protein MRDTs and Plasmodium lactate dehydrogenase MRDTs. So the one that is commonly used in Ugandan facilities is the histidine-rich protein MRDT. So this histidine-rich protein is an antigen that is produced by the malaria parasite during the intra-erythrocytic cycle, and this MRDT targets this antigen. So the problem with this antigen is that there are reports of HRP2 gene deletion. So someone could be having malaria, but when we test, it is negative. Why? Because of the gene deletion of this target. Then it also has another problem of persisting in blood for a longer time after treatment with antimalarials. Then the other one, the PLDH, this one is there, but is less commonly used in Uganda. So for it, it is an enzyme, it is still produced by the malaria parasites during the intra-erythrocytic cycle. But the good thing with it is that it persists for a short period of time after treatment. So the possibility of getting false positives is low. So there is need for continuous study to verify the accuracy of these diagnostic tests. So when we reviewed the HIMS records for Rugasi Health Center 4, which was our study site, we chose it because in southwestern Uganda, this place, Rubirisi, is among the endemic areas for malaria. So we found 7 false negative results. In Rubirisi, they use HRP2. So when we reviewed the records, we saw 7 false negative results. So that is what I talked about. HRP2 persists in blood. It is actually 13 days longer than PLDH MRDTs. So the other thing is that HRP2 is specific to Plasmodium falciparum. So it means that when you are using it, it leaves out the other species. But for PLDH, that one detects for all the Plasmodium species. So that is another advantage. It is this that got us to compare these screening tests. So that was our main objective, to compare the diagnostic performance of HRP2 and PLDH MRDTs using microscopy as a gold standard. Our two specific objectives were to determine the prevalence, specificity, positive predictive value, and negative predictive value for each of those MRDTs. Then we also wanted to assess the most common Plasmodium species in these patients. So we recruited all the malaria symptomatic patients into our study. And on each patient, we were testing them using the two types of MRDTs and malaria microscopy. So in malaria microscopy, we did both thick to confirm the parasite, then thin to specify the parasite. So patients, we worked with the clinicians to review the records. So people who were on antimalarials were eliminated from the study. So this is what we found. We summarized our social demographic characteristics using gender and malaria status. And gender was summarized using frequencies and proportions that were expressed as percentages. So we performed a chi-square test to establish the relationship between the males and females with or without malaria, and the difference was not significant. So we used the mean, median, and interquartile range to summarize our age because it was not normally distributed. Then we also performed the student t-test to compare the mean age between those with and without malaria. So when we calculated the sensitivity, specificities, and the positive and negative predictive values for the HRP2, this one is for HRP2, the sensitivity was 77.78. This is lower than the recommended sensitivity of less than 95%. So when you look at the one of PLDH, it has 94.95, which is close because actually the confidence interval covers the recommendation. So Plasmodium falciparum remains the most common species, but then other species are also there. So just imagine those other species, the HRP2 MRDT does not detect them. So a patient can actually, because these MRDTs are the ones that are commonly used in our facilities because we don't have very many qualified laboratory professionals and they are actually cheap. Yeah, so microscopy is less commonly used, so they mostly use these MRDTs. So those patients may actually die because of malaria, which is undiagnosed. So when we compared our study results from a study that was conducted in Kenya, for them they had a higher sensitivities and specificities, and this could be because of the genetic diversity of the malaria parasites and the laboratory procedures that we used could have been, the conditions could have been different, and also the local prevalence of the malaria parasites. So the reason for the differences and agreements of the most common Plasmodium species is actually the same as previous. So our PLDH performed better than HRP2 MRDTs, and we recommend the use of PLDH over HRP2 MRDTs. So some of the references, and this research was funded by our parents. Yeah, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Africa. You will let us know where the PLDH can be bought. So join me to welcome Sylvia Natukunda. Sylvia, you're welcome. She will be sharing something about training traditional healers to deliver HIV testing and providing psychosocial support for the people living with HIV in rural Uganda. You're welcome, Sylvia.
So as the PowerPoint is being set, I'm called Sylvia Natkunda, Project Manager, Omuyambi Project. Omuyambi Project is a, thank you. So Omuyambi Project is a project that is working in collaboration. The researchers from Mbarara University and researchers from Corneal Medicine College are collaborating together to work on a study that is working with traditional healers. So when I mention traditional healers, I know most of you get scared, but it's really an interesting study. So today I'm going to focus on training these traditional healers. It's a new project. It has just started just 5 months ago. And we have only completed a training with these traditional healers to equip them with the skills to be able to test, refer, and provide psychosocial support. Thank you. Another slide, please. Yeah, so what is Omuyambi Project? Like I said, we are collaborating with our partner university, which is Corneal. So we are conducting a clinical trial that compares HIV continuum of care in 2 groups of adults. So we have the control arm and the intervention arm. In the control arm, we have adults who receive HIV testing and referral to care from traditional healers, and that is all. So with the intervention arm, we add psychosocial support to these traditional healers, so they follow up the people living with HIV, they give them psychosocial support, and that is the intervention that we are doing. It's a mixed method study. We have qualitative and quantitative. So with quantitative, we are measuring viral suppression in people living with HIV after 1 year of enrollment. Then the quantitative part, we are focusing on interviews to see acceptability of our intervention, which I said is psychosocial support. Yeah. So we have 3 research questions. 1, we want to see, can traditional healers really support their clients living with HIV to enter and remain in care? 2, will traditional healer-delivered support improve HIV suppression among people living with HIV? And we want to know how can we improve this program for the future? Those are the 3 research questions that we hope to answer after our 5 years. Yeah, so we have our study team in Uganda. It is led by Juliet Mwanga, who who is our Ugandan PI. Then our US-based PI is Radhika Sandarajan. We also have Dr. Winnie Mwindike, who is here, and she's representing the rest of the PIs, and also Dr. Dennis Nansela, and that is the other staff members that we have. Why is this study necessary? So according to several studies that have been done, we know that 8% of people in southwestern Uganda actually are living with HIV. And however, 40 of them are not adhering well to their medication. And this places them at a risk of transmitting HIV to others and getting other life-threatening infections. So we also know that more than 80% of people living in rural Uganda or rural areas, they actually seek care from traditional healers. And traditional healers also, in our previous studies, they revealed that 10% of their adult clients are actually people who live with HIV. So like I said, we have done previous studies with people living with traditional healers and people living with HIV. So we previously conducted interviews with these people living with HIV who visit traditional healers, and it was anonymously found out that people in the community actually trust and they really get psychosocial support from traditional healers, which is a good thing, which is evidence that we really need their input in healthcare for people living with HIV. So as you can see, we had a 42-year-old female who said that his care cannot be compared to health workers. These traditional healers do their best. The health workers do their best, but this care that they get from traditional healers is more special. These are words from a 42-year-old female person living with HIV. Then another one said, I am no longer miserable. I have no more stigma. I'm no longer living in self-denial, among other quotes that we got. So as you can see, people out there in the community, they believe in these traditional healers, and they are working with them, and they are helping them with psychosocial support. So like I said, that I'm going to focus on our training that we have just concluded. You know, these are traditional healers. Yes, most of them lack skills to do some of the roles for health workers. So we had to train them and to equip them with the skills to be able to test, to refer to care, and also to provide the psychosocial support. So that is a training that we concluded recently in July in one of the hotels here in Mbarara. We invited them, those that are selected to take part with the Omyambi project were called upon and trained. So during the training, we had a curriculum well set out. Like I said, we have enrolled traditional healers into 2 arms. There are some in the control arm and others in an intervention arm. So they are 44 in number. 22 are in the control arm, and 22 are in an intervention arm. So it was a 3 days training, whereby the control traditional healers were trained for just 1 day in those topics that are outlined there. And then the intervention arm, they were given extra training to equip them with the skills to be able to provide psychosocial support for people living with HIV. So among the topics that the control team was carried through was using OraQuick, that is the tool or the method that we are using to test for HIV for people that visit traditional healers. So they were trained in HIV and AIDS overview, ethics of working with people living with HIV, HIV oral quick testing, overview of clinical services for people living with HIV. So after day one, the control team were set to go back, and then we remain with the control team, whom we felt they need to get more skills in being able to handle people with HIV and offer them with the psychosocial support, and those are the topics that are outlined there, which we took them through, that we know or we think have impacted them with the skills to be able to provide care to their patients who go to them in the community. So we have, I'm going to share with you our participant demographics. So that is how our demographics for the traditional healers that we selected are spread out. As we can see, we didn't want them to be different. So those in the intervention arm, in the control arm, as you can see, the gender is basically the same. The literacy levels are almost the same, though they differ a little bit, but they are literally the same. And then the specialties for both groups, we have the herbalists, we have the TBS, traditional birth attendants, we have the spiritualists and the bone setters. Those are the different types of traditional healers that we are working with. And as you can see, they are similar in both arms. The age, as you can see, it is also almost similar. And then we have another unique and important factor, which is the distance from the health clinics or HIV clinics. So as you all well know, the distance to a health facility is a very important factor when it comes to healthcare seeking for people living with HIV. So we made sure that there is a 5-kilometer radius between a person living with HIV to the HIV healthcare clinic, such that we won't have those other reasons like the clinic was very far, so they couldn't. So we are using that radius, which we think is minimal for a person to travel when they are going to get healthcare services. Yeah, so that is our cluster map that we are using for traditional healers. Those green dots that you can see are for the intervention healers, all the healers that we have selected and are in the intervention arm. They are represented by the green dots. And the dots in red are the control healers. Then the gray circles, those are the health centers that we are using, where we refer our patients. And the centers are Bubare, Bugamba, Bwizwera, Mwizi, and the ISS clinic. That's where we refer all our patients that are HIV positive, and they need to be referred by the traditional healers. Yeah, so after the training, we conducted interviews with the traditional healers to see the impact that this training had made on our traditional healers. And after the interviews were done and transcribed, we came up with these 4 themes. These are the themes that came up with our interviews that were done. I'm going to talk a little bit more about each, showing you quotations from the traditional healers themselves. So under importance and respect, this was a 50-year-old female who is a herbalist. She was very excited. She felt she was of an importance to the community, and she said, I could not believe me as a traditional healer being in such a professional place. I told you we invited them to a training in one of the big hotels here in Mbarara, and they were so excited. Another one is a 40-year-old female who said that people who eat from such hotels are those that are highly respectable and educated. I was very honored. So you see, traditional healers really want respect. Then there was stigma reduction. We realized that some of these healers had stigma when we invited them, when we selected them. They didn't know they were able to do this task. But after the training, one of them, a 37-aged male spiritualist, said, I used to think people living with HIV will die, and it is worse if other people discover that they are taking HIV medication. But after the training, all these thoughts were erased. Then another 34-year-old spiritualist female said, I'm well equipped with knowledge about HIV. I have confidence that I can work on my clients with HIV without fear. Then there was improved HIV knowledge. They got to learn more about HIV, things they didn't know. One of them, a 63-year-aged TBA female, I came to know how to identify and tell some of these signs and symptoms of HIV. I also learned how to prevent and protect the spread of HIV. I won't read the next. Then finally, there was skills development, which is a very, very important aspect for us as Omyambi project to improve skills for these traditional healers. So one of the herbalists, a 57-year-old male, said it was simple, clear, easy to use. He's talking about the Aura Quick. I liked that it does not require any blood draw or any finger prick, which was a very good skill that they gained from our training. Another one said, I know how to talk to people, convince them until they accept to take an HIV test. And when I identify a person living with HIV, I will link them to HIV care and keep on following, monitoring, and motivating them to take their HIV treatment and care seriously. That was a 63-aged female herbalist. So that's our team, and like I said, our project is ongoing. It is just 5 months old. We hope and we pledge to continue doing refresher trainings according to our protocol every after 6 months for these healers. For the next 3 years, we will continue conducting interviews with HIV clinicians and policymakers, evaluate the acceptability of working with traditional healers. And then finally, we have already begun enrolling people living with HIV and participating in traditional healer sites, and our goal is to enroll 650 participants over the next 2 years. Yeah, so I cannot go without acknowledging our partners, Mbarara University Grants Office, our project driver, our participants who are participating traditional healers, and our funders. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much, Sylvia. I'm part of the team. I wasn't part of the photo, but we didn't want to bury our heads in the sand because we know people living HIV get help from the churches, traditional healers, and other social support. So we wanted to gather help from everybody. So join me to welcome Dr. Onesmus Mukama. Dr. Onesmus. He'll be telling us about HIV and syphilis co-infection in pregnancy and adverse birth outcomes in Uganda. You're welcome.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Onesmus. I'm an obstetrician at Mbarara General Referral Hospital. and I'll present this work on HIV and syphilis co-infection in pregnancy and adverse birth outcomes in Uganda. Those are some of the co-investigators, and some of them are in this room. We declare no conflict of interest, and this research was funded by the NIH Career Development Award. So why this topic? One is that the HIV seroprevalence in Uganda amongst women is at 7.6%. And we know that maternal HIV infection increases some of the adverse birth outcomes like stillbirths, low birth weight, neonatal death, preterm birth, and being born small for gestational age. But we also know that the incidence of syphilis is increasing worldwide. And syphilis is also one of the conditions that actually lead to adverse birth outcomes. And significantly, there is a 40% risk of a stillbirth among women that have maternal syphilis. But little is known about the combined impact of maternal HIV and syphilis co-infection on birth outcomes in sub-Saharan Africa. So our objective was to describe the clinical birth outcomes of maternal HIV and syphilis co-infection in southwestern Uganda. And this was a sub-analysis of the data that was collected from two prospective birth cohorts enrolled in southwestern Uganda from 2017 to 2023. And the first cohort was a prospective study on chronic placental inflammation, and the second was a prospective study on association between placental abnormalities and adverse child health outcomes in HIV-exposed but uninfected infants. And all the women that we enrolled reported taking ART. And these participants were tested for syphilis using what we call the TPPA, a rapid test on peripheral blood. So in one of the cohorts, we also tested the umbilical cord blood and performed the rapid plasmin rearginine test for those that were TPPA positive. And our primary outcome were the composite adverse birth outcomes, and here we considered low birth weight, which is birth weight less than 2.5 kilograms, stillbirth, and neonatal death, which was within 14 days of birth, or a 5-minute Apgar score of less than 7. And then we also compared the outcomes by HIV and TPPA seropositivity using the chi-square tests, and also fitted the multivariate logistic regression models and determined the adjusted associations between the maternal HIV and syphilis co-infections and the birth outcomes. Yeah, so overall we analyzed 944 women, data from 944 women, but the contributions as per cohorts, the first cohort we had 352 participants, and 175 of them were people living with HIV, and 176 were HIV uninfected. And for the second cohort, we had 620 participants, and 310 were women living with HIV. So these are the baseline characteristics of the participants, stratified per the TPPA seropositivity and then maternal HIV tests. And as you can see, maternal age, we had those that were TPPA positive, but HIV negative, being relatively younger compared to the other groups. And the same applies to the income, those that were TPPA positive and HIV negative and less compared to the rest of the groups. In the obstetric characteristics, majority of them were multiparous, but we can see that a number of them, about the difference, about 70% of those actually had TPPA positive as well as HIV positive. And majority of them had also attended antenatal visits more than 4 times. About the birth outcomes, stillbirth and low birth weight were the major outcomes that came out significant. And also when we did the cord blood syphilis using the SD bioline, about 78% of those that were TPPA positive and maternal HIV test positive were actually positive for the SDA bioline. But overall, 63 participants of those had cord blood syphilis positive. So those that had cord blood syphilis positive, we went ahead to do the RPR testing, and amongst the majority really had low titer values, and 3 participants, and that is just 10% of them had high titer values that were positive. But this was not statistically significant. About the predictors for adverse birth outcomes among women in Uganda, 2 factors came out significant, and that was gestational age at birth, and then attending more than 4 antenatal care visits during this pregnancy. And both of these factors decreased the odds of getting an adverse birth outcome. But we can see that maternal infection and maternal TPPA seropositivity were actually not significantly associated with adverse birth outcomes. So in conclusion, maternal HIV and TPPA seropositivity did not increase the risk of adverse birth outcomes, though we know that stillbirth incidence among those that are TPPA positive and living with HIV/AIDS has always been reported to be higher in studies that have been done in sub-Saharan Africa. And therefore, the high TPPA seroprevalence and the RPR positivity among the women that are living with HIV emphasizes the need for us to improve our prenatal care for the women that are living with HIV with enhanced syphilis screening and treatment. Thank you so much. I acknowledge all the co-investigators.
Thank you so much, Dr. Onesmus, for the presentation. And told I've been using an outdated schedule. So I want to welcome Angela Birungi because I missed her out, yet she was supposed to be presenting. Welcome, Angela.
Good evening, everyone. Angela Maris Birungi. I'm a postgraduate student of ophthalmology from Mbarara University. I'm going to make a presentation about the status of corneal transplantation in Eastern, Central, and Southern Africa. And I'm presenting on behalf of my co-investigators, Dr. Simon Arunga and Dr. Tutran. No disclosures. So when you talk about corneal blindness, this is low vision that is resulting from diseases of the cornea, and the only treatment option for such diseases is actually corneal transplantation. Currently in Uganda, if you need to access corneal transplantation, you need a minimum of 8 million. And there are a few centers in Mbarara, but also most of the times you'll have to travel to Kampala. Now, in Uganda, about 30.1% of all people who are blind, this blindness is attributed to corneal blindness. And just like I say, that the only treatment available is corneal transplantation, which is not commonly done in Uganda. So we set out to do a cross-sectional study, and the aim was to find out the capacity of corneal transplantation within Eastern, Central, and Southern African countries. And we also looked at how many corneal transplants are done in a year what is the capacity of the people supposed to do it, that is the corneal surgeons. We looked at the backlog of the people who require the surgery, but then they are not able to access it. And then we also looked for the barriers to corneal transplantation. So this is a survey that we did for the calendar year 2022, from January to December 2022, and we got ethical approval. So just like I've said, this was an online survey, and we sent it out to representatives of eye banks, ophthalmologists who are doing the corneal transplantation, and we had 12 countries. We had responses from 12 countries. That is Burundi, Ethiopia, Kenya, Malawi, Mozambique, Rwanda, Somalia, South Sudan, Tanzania, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. So when we look at corneal transplantation activity by country, among all those countries, Ethiopia is still the leading, but if we look at Uganda, it's around 10 corneal transplants, 10 to 15 that were done in the year 2022. And this is really low if we compare it to other countries like Ethiopia, but still, if we look at the ratio of transplants per 1 million people, it's just 0.33%. And then we also looked at the human resource that people are supposed to do these transplants. And still, when we look at Uganda, we only have 2 corneal surgeons in the entire country. And then the ratio of transplants to backlog. With this, we looked at people who need to get the service, but then they are not able to access it due to a number of reasons. Maybe the tissue is not available, maybe it's because of cost. So here we looked at the different countries once again, and we see that Ethiopia, so the orange is the backlog of cases, and then the blue are the number of surgeries that were done in that specific year. So if we look at Ethiopia, it did the highest number of corneal transplants, but they still have a very high backlog. And then if we look at Uganda, we also had a backlog of around 300 eyes. These are people who require corneal transplantation, but then they are not able to access this service. This means these people living with blindness. Sometimes it's both eyes, sometimes it's only an eye. So about 300 people required corneal transplantation last year. But then for one reason or the other, they weren't able to access the service. So we also looked at the barriers to transplantation, and some of the issues that came out clearly was the cost. In Uganda currently, you need a minimum of 8 million to be able to get the surgery. But besides the surgery, you need to be under long-term care on treatment, so that also comes at a cost. And then the other is tissue. The corneas that we transplant onto another people, we retrieve them from someone who has passed on. So we harvest the cornea, preserve it, and then give it to somebody else to improve their vision. But then in Uganda, we are not able to retrieve, we don't harvest corneas currently because we've not yet set up the infrastructure, but now the law is in place. We hope we shall be able to also start retrieving tissue. Then the other issue was the human resource, that is the corneal surgeons. Those ophthalmologists are able to do this. And then the other was about religious beliefs. When you talk about getting a cornea from a deceased person and then giving it to someone, people run away. Yeah, so there are a lot of beliefs around it. And then the other are the cultural beliefs, and then the legal framework. Many countries don't have the law, to permit tissue donation and transplantation. So the other was about the sources of tissue. Currently in Uganda, if you need to get a corneal transplantation as treatment for your corneal blindness, the tissue has to be imported because we don't locally harvest it. And so among all the countries that we surveyed, they had local procurement of only 38.3%. This means the rest of the corneal tissue is imported from outside Africa. And this is responsible also for the very high costs. So specifically, if we look at Ethiopia, which is the that it has the highest percentage of locally procured tissue at 51.6%, but still they also had to import some tissue, that is the dark blue at the side. And then if we look at Uganda, we are actually not retrieving any tissue. It's at 0.0%. We only rely on imported tissue. And this is one of the reasons that the service is really expensive. And these are the two eye banks that are currently available in Africa that are really active, one in Ethiopia and then the other in Kenya. And the rest of the African countries really rely on importing tissue from outside Africa. So we were very lucky that this year the law was passed about the human organ donation and transplant bill. And we think this is really a great step forward to setting up our own local eye banks to be able to provide this service faster, but also at a low cost. And one of the things that we look forward to is having to set up an eye bank in Mbarara. We should be able to harvest or retrieve tissue in our own setting, such that if someone needs to access corneal transplantation as an emergency, they should be able to get it as fast as possible, but also at a lower price. So in conclusion, corneal transplantation capacity within the Eastern, Central, and Southern African countries is not sufficient to actually meet the population needs. And lack of tissue is one of the major barriers. Therefore, if we are to fight corneal blindness in Africa, we really need to start up this journey of setting up local eye banks such that we are able to retrieve tissue locally. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Angela. I'm glad we didn't miss this. It's a very important talk for us. Even when we seem to have come to the end of the presentation this afternoon, I hope we are strong enough to add one more, because I'm told that there is an officer who missed in the morning to present, and she was part of this room. So I hope we have some extra energy for 5 to 7 minutes, and I want to welcome Immaculate Karungi to talk about the prevalence and factors associated with hypercholesterolemia among patients with visual impairment at Ruharo Eye Center. Welcome, Immaculate.
Good evening to you all. I'm Karungi Immaculate, and the ones below are my group members. I was supervised by Madam Rinta Chichoncho. Our research is about prevalence and factors associated with hypercholesterolemia among patients with visual impairment at Ruharo Eye Center, Mbarara District, southwestern Uganda. Hypercholesterolemia is a common metabolic condition characterized by elevated cholesterol levels, and it is usually one of the main causes of cardiovascular diseases. It is accompanied by various factors, including alcohol, smoking, low engagement in physical activities, and lifestyle. Visual impairment is usually prevalent in people who have hypercholesterolemia. However, visual impairment is grouped into various sections where we have cataracts, glaucoma, and others. The problem is that patients that usually have visual impairment are eliminated or are segregated in community, especially when it comes to physical activity. So you find that they are denied chance of engaging in physical activities, and this raises chances of them being prone to getting hypercholesterolemia. And when you look at, we mainly centered at Ruharo Eye Center because it's one of the big eye facilities within Mbarara. According to the National Cholesterol Education Program, it is usually advised that cholesterol levels should be tested at least once in 5 years. We found this policy is not being practiced at this eye center. So our study objectives, we mainly wanted to look at the prevalence and associated factors of hypercholesterolemia among patients with visual impairment. We're also looking at the associated factors, and also we're assessing the correlation between hypercholesterolemia and visual impairment. The study site was Ruharo Eye Center. It was a quantitative research which was mainly descriptive and an analytical cross-sectional study. We recruited 236 participants, both male and female, but we're mainly dealing with adult patients. So these were our results. This table shows the characteristics of the participants, basically considering gender. So the smoking status and alcohol status showed us a correlation. They showed a significant correlation among our study participants, indicating that they were prone to getting hypercholesterolemia. Here we also assessed, here it's showing body mass index, waist circumference, waist to hip ratio, and waist to height ratio. We used some of these measures because you find that the fact that they usually don't test, because some of them we had even to explain in the local language what hypercholesterolemia was, and you find some of them even have never tested for it. So we broke down to come to some measures that we could use to assess if these people had hypercholesterolemia. So concerning visual acuity, we used a Seleni's chart whereby we're assessing poor vision in one of the eye, and we were being helped by an ophthalmologist. So in this table answers our first objective, which was about prevalence, and here it shows actually the same results as the first one, whereby we are mainly having alcohol status as one of the factors that is strongly associated with hypercholesterolemia. This is also a continuation here, whereby we are also coming to having chronic condition as also another thing that is associated. So this is a chart that draws down to what we found out. We recruited 236 participants, of which 48 had hypercholesterolemia, giving us 20.34% at a 95% confidence interval. So still the same. So this answers the last objective, whereby we're assessing the correlation between hypercholesterolemia and visual impairment. So we used chi-square, and we came up with these statistics. And these statistics showed that there was a significant correlation between hypercholesterolemia and visual impairment. So when we sat down and we compared with other studies, some studies were in agreement because of the sample size and the study groups that we were looking at, and other studies were in disagreement because they recruited numbers that were way much bigger compared to ours, because we had 236 and you'd find others are in thousands, others are in much more than that. So in conclusion, the prevalence of hypercholesterolemia, we found it was 20.34%, and we found out that Alcohol status, smoking, and chronic condition were also being associated with hypercholesterolemia, and there was a significant correlation between hypercholesterolemia and visual impairment. However, we came up with some recommendations because lipid profile or total cholesterol is a test that is rarely being asked for. We recommend that it could be made part of a routine screening, and also sensitization of the public, because we used research administered questionnaires whereby we talked to various people, various study participants, but most of them were not aware. And lastly, the fact that this is a research that we funded by ourselves, so we wanted to do a lipid profile test, but because of the cost, we narrowed down to doing cholesterol. So this research is not conclusive. Further research can be done by doing a lipid profile test, which is complete and has 4 parameters. And also the fact that we assessed visual impairment, but visual impairment can be categorized into various groups. So further research can also be done in different groups of visual impairment. Let me say, like people who have cataracts or glaucoma or macular degeneration, something like that. These are some of our references. I acknowledge everyone here, the study participants, MAST community, and God. Thank you for listening.
So thank you very much, Immaculate. Please join me to thank the 10 presenters for this afternoon session. And I think before the rest of the conference delegates or participants join us for another session, there could be some questions or clarifications that people may need. We have just a few minutes. Are the presenters still here? I hope they are. So can I have someone to help me move the microphone? Jesus, I'm told that there are other presentations. My apologies. My sincere apologies. We have sorted it. He was supposed to present from another room. I hope he can find his slot. So, is there somebody to help me with the microphone? We shall have a few questions. Please, the presenters, take down your questions. Let us begin from farthest. You can begin with that table, and then you go around, and then you come this way.
Thank you. I'm Anakret Biamkama from the Department of Radiology. Just 2 questions. One for Dr. Winnie about the DEEP study. I really wanted to know the motivation behind this study by the guys, given the situation in Uganda, giving incentives to reduce alcohol intake by people living with HIV, given that in the current setting, funding is so minimal that we cannot even run routine essential lab tests for people living with HIV. Is this something you thought can be feasible at some point for us to give money to people to stop taking alcohol? What is the motivation, and what do you look at for applicability in our setting? And then the other one was for the Omuyambi study, the colleagues looking at traditional healers. I just wanted to know how you are actually recruiting these people. How do you identify them? And how are you hoping to measure your success? Are you looking at maybe the number of clients who are getting referred to the facilities, those who are virally suppressed? How do you intend to measure your success? And finally, where will you recruit the clients from? Do you get them from the traditional healers? Do you get them from the clinic and refer them to traditional healers? Those are just a few points I needed clarification. Thank you.
Thank you so much, the presenters. I was keen to listen to most of the presentations. Dr. Winnie, your presentation is good. But what scares me most is the incentives. As one of the colleagues have said, given the economic status of Uganda, that it may not be feasible in the long run. So I'm trying to inquire whether you looked at the root causes of why some were not adherent, and whether you had an opportunity to explore other models that would not on the economic issues. Example would be like combi model to see whether that would yield better results than incentives. Now, on the issue of RITA, I wanted to know whether they were able to look at the behavior practices and to look at the other factors that could be culprits in the kidney dysfunction. On the air quality by Jonan Tumwesjire, the self-reporting was excellent, but when they went into issues of testing, it was the worst. So we want to know whether there are other methods or mechanisms they could probably use. One, to differentiate the sources of PM25 in order to inform the policy and better have good health education. Then Lisa was looking at the quality of research in labeling and non-labeling women. So she presented those who were using PrEP, those who were not using PrEP, and who were HIV positive. So which one was a control, and what was the way forward according to their findings? Homekama looked at the introduction of dolutegravir. I don't know whether they were able also to explore the adverse drug emergencies, whether they were there. Also, because he says those who with TB co-infected were not suppressing. So whether they were able to look at the issue of drug interactions and the other causes that led to that problem. Then about Angela presents the need for Corneal warehouse, but the question is, will the victims the relatives of the victims be able also to share from the dividends in case you are able to harvest the tissues. If not, how ethically will it be, and how are you going to handle the issue? I think then my worry is about additional healers. Was Olivia. I don't know whether this would not be a diversion of people from the mainstream management of HIV patients. And there is a history that traditional birth attendants at one time went into a series of training, but the outcome of their involvement at one point was worse, and it led the government to stop them. So how sure are they that this approach is not going again to bring a bad outcome? And she says at one point there is a group they trained once and others 3 days as a control. Ethically, are these people going to be permitted to also handle the patients? How are they going to measure the effectiveness of these traditional healers in the referral system? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Can I invite the presenters to the front desk to be able to attend to the questions, please? You can stay. Anyway, front desk. I can only see 3 chairs there, and we have over 10 presenters. So thank you so much for these questions, and we shall answer them, and we shall also get help from the rest of the delegates in the meeting room. I think we shall begin with the one farthest. Let's have a minute each for our questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your question. You asked if we will identify the sources. And in my presentation on way forwards, I said that the next step is to identify the sources of PM 2.5 for us to be able to design effective interventions. And we will use PM 2.5 apportionment techniques to identify which type of source the people are exposed to. And if we know it is either biogas or industrial sources, then we will be able to know which intervention is appropriate in our setting. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the question. I think you asked me about the different groups that we enrolled, but I didn't pick the question very well. Was it about differences in consent understanding between the groups? The informed consent in pregnancy.
The categories you had were non-laboring and laboring women. There are those who were on PrEP. There were those who were not on PrEP, but HIV positive. So, and I picked interest to know which of them was a control vis-a-vis what you were looking at. And then the way forward that you are planning to do as far as your results are concerned.
Yeah, thank you for the question and for the clarification. So none of the groups was specifically designed to be a control, but we were interested in the differences between groups, both between the people who had different health experiences, like people living with HIV and those taking PrEP, and those who had no HIV exposure or diagnosis. So we were very interested to see if they had differences in their level of consent. And also we were interested in comparing the labor and non-labor groups, but none of them were specifically a control because we didn't really know what the outcome would be. But we did think that the quality of consent would be higher in the people who were not laboring at the time they gave consent. So in some sense, I guess you could think of that as the control. In terms of the way forward, we'd like to do a qualitative study actually to talk about, to talk with people who are enrolled about their experience giving consent at the different times and see what their thoughts are around what the consenting process was like for them, and if they have suggestions for how we could approach students who seem to have had the higher quality consent, and see if it was related to a specific level of anxiety or a specific feeling or a specific pain level, something that could be measured before trying to obtain consent for a research study in the future, something that we could actually use as a tool when we go to approach people for consent. So thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I think I have questions from two people. So I'll answer the first. Doctor, I didn't get your name. And then the questions from the second participant will be answered by Misha. She's seated right behind. So healers get clients who go to them for their regular herbs or bone setting or any other health issues that they have. So we, like I said, we trained these traditional healers and we equipped them with the skills to test for HIV using Oral Quick. So we gave them Oral Quick, which they have at their premises. So when they get these people that come to them, they tell them about HIV testing. When they agree, they go ahead and provide them with Oral Quick. They are tested. If we get an HIV positive, then they refer them to the health facilities that I talked about. They are either escort them or they let them go alone, and there is a clinician that we work with who is stationed at each of these health centers who receives them, and they do other procedures on these participants. And then we also have a team of researchers who go on and conduct some interviews on them. So that is how we identify them. You asked about how shall we measure the success? Our major goal is to improve HIV care. At the end of it all, we want to see increased enrollment in care for people living with HIV. We are interested in those numbers. Once we get people who are defaulters, they no longer take their medications, they think they were bewitched or something, so they stopped their medication. So when they are enrolled back into care, then that is also our success. And we are interested in those numbers. We follow them up. We interview them. We are following them for other project procedures. Thank you.
I can see other people joining us, so we shall keep the responses short, very short.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for your questions. Just to quickly add to what Sylvia had just mentioned, all of the people living with HIV at enrollment are not virally suppressed. And so part of our primary endpoint is viral suppression at 1 year after enrollment. So that's to measure whether or not they've been enrolled and adhered to their care for at least a year. Then to just address the second questions, the worry about having this study sort of take people away from HIV clinics. So by enrolling people living with HIV who are going to traditional healers for their normal care, the goal of the study is to target populations that are not actually seeking care in HIV clinics. So these patients are either people that have never tested for HIV or never tested positive for HIV, or people who have defaulted from care and are virally unsuppressed at enrollment. So the goal of the study truly is not to take people away, but to have healers work with clinicians and clinics to get people into care who might typically not be in care. And then finally, the fear about, or the question about control versus intervention training. So it was really important for us to make sure that everybody was properly trained on their study procedures that they were going to be doing. So that is why both healers in the control and the intervention group are doing HIV testing for their patients, so that's, and referral to care. So that is why on day 1, we really focused on teaching everybody how to perform OraQuick testing. They practiced themselves and then discussed what clinics were available in the community that they needed to refer to, and they met their liaisons. The reason why the intervention group stayed for 2 more days is because that is when we focused on the psychosocial support component of the intervention. So we really made sure that for all of the study procedures that these healers were doing, they were well trained on what they're supposed to be doing, as the control group is just doing testing and referral, and the intervention.
Angela?
Thank you for the question. So cornea donation is an act of kindness. The person who has, the deceased person, wishes to give a gift of sight to someone else. So they should have consented to donate their cornea before they pass on, such that, and their relatives know about it. So when this person passes on, that is when we go to retrieve the cornea. There are no incentives that are given to the relatives, because it was an act of kindness by the person who decided to donate the cornea. Yes. Exactly.
Can we please have at the dinner or at the whatever is coming after, we can discuss a bit more, because people are coming in.
And yeah. Yes, and that was our finding. It is entirely observational. It was one of our findings. And by the time these people come, you saw in our conclusions, we said that we need proper management of opportunistic infections. So most probably they've come in when they already have the TB, and we are treating the TB alongside the HIV. But we found out that they didn't suppress. Intend to, for further studies, and those interested may continue and find out why they could not suppress.
Thank you very much. So I got several questions, and one of them was about the root causes as to why some were not adherent to INH. Did we find it out? And we have another paper published, and one of the causes among the patients in HIV care setting, not from this study, but another sister-related study, we found out that heavy alcohol consumption was one of the causes, was one of the associations which was significant for non-adherence to INH. So we were really motivated to ensure that we look for ways of increasing the adherence. That's why there was an arm giving incentives and testing as they come to see whether they were having urine isoscreen and they had ingested INH. There was a question about using other models which would yield more results. Yes, research has to continue. We couldn't test all models. Our model was about economic incentives in a less pragmatic way, 2 weeks and at 1 monthly visit to see whether they would yield a positive effect. So about combo models, yes, maybe someone else could do that. We never did that. What was the motivation behind this study? Thank you, Dr. Anacret. We were deeply motivated to give INH or TB prevention among the heavy alcohol drinkers because we knew that in the Ministry of Health guidelines, that was one of the proportions of patients who were excluded from the public INH. And yet we know from the literature that alcohol use is one of the risk factors for active TB disease. So we wanted to give these people INH. We wanted to ensure that we prevent active TB disease, but we wanted to also give incentives for them to be adherent, but also reduce alcohol use because we know that alcohol use can affect the liver, so can the INH affect the liver, okay? So, and we had done prior studies where we had tried to use mobile technology and counseling face-to-face to ensure that there is reduction in alcohol consumption. We have other studies which have shown that 25% of our patients in sub-Saharan Africa living with HIV are heavy alcohol users, and in our clinic, we have about a proportion of about 24%. So we were looking for ways of assisting these patients with heavy alcohol use to try and reduce the alcohol consumption. Having tried other models of face-to-face counseling, SMS, we were trying to look into the literature, and we found that contingency management rewards and economic incentives have worked well for other substance use, although less studied in our environment. In terms of the applicability, yes, I know we have a lot of economic constraints in Uganda, and people may wonder about this issue of giving money. Can it be scalable? What can we do? And as I presented, we had different proportions of gifts. A low gift of 5,000. We know that many people in our environment can afford a 5,000 or something which is equivalent. The reason we gave a low amount of money was to ensure that it's not coercive and it is something which is culturally acceptable. About 90% of the possibilities of winning had about 5,000 on the scratch cards. But we are looking into other possibilities. Do people prefer getting another gift? We looked into other possibilities, and we did a CAB meeting to see whether we could use tangible things like rice, tangible things like anything else. And we found that acceptable low values of money could also work. And we were comparing with other literature that they had been successful, and we were thinking, why not try it in low-income countries and see? So we are still studying. I'll add Judy.
Thank you, Dr. Winnie. These were actually very comprehensive answers. I might just add a little bit about the financial bit, because I think that is a key point and very astute, important observations. There was a comment about other interventions. Most of the other interventions that people consider are based on counseling. And we know that counselors require a lot of training, a lot of human resources, but the incentive, we did very little training of the people providing the incentives. So it seems like incentives are a lot of money, but if you actually do the costing, it may actually be equal to counseling type interventions. The other thing I would just add is that there are incentive-based type programs in low-income settings, and so they are slowly getting some traction, and if they really work, then governments may decide that it is worth the investment. Third point, and then I'll stop, is that we also considered, we didn't think of we were going to give incentive to people for life. We thought, okay, while you're on INH, it's very important to reduce your drinking. It's a short period, now even shorter with 3HP. So that's why we considered perhaps a short-term intervention can have long-term effects, and in fact, we did have effects even after we stopped giving them the interventions.
We shall discuss more on a bottle of beer in the evening and see that yeah. So join me to thank all the presenters for this afternoon. Yeah, it's been a wonderful afternoon, and I don't know whether Angela is ready to take us to the other sessions or whatever, but I want to thank the participants for being patient through the 3 hours of presentation. Please clap for yourselves. Thank you for attending and being active participants. Thank you very much. I need to leave the hot seat because I took it over unceremoniously to represent someone who hadn't managed to, who was delayed somewhere as the chair. So I'm really happy to leave the hot seat. Thank you.
Had so many people, and they had to sit down and review all these proposals. Thereafter, the next award is a surprise. Who knows? It could be you, or they could say we're recognizing the MC today, or they say we're recognizing the best presenter or something. Ladies and gentlemen, ready for the award? Secretariat, please. You're standing between us and the cocktail.
I'll be there unconditionally. Mazemara bizara kandi, la bizara kandi, mazemara bizara kandi, singing a kandi. It's a feel good feeling, love is warm. It's a feel good feeling, love is warm. never can give uzima tindizha korerengaro echone chikafu epana kache kache rambiche.
Sorry about that delay, it was consultative. Yes, we're going to have outgoing DRGT board. Thank you for the work that you did and that you served with diligence. The outgoing board members include Professor Amon Agaba. He's not around, but I know he's online and he's seeing, and his term of office also ended well. There was Dr. Viola Nyakato. She also served on the board in absentia. She's also not here with us. Dr. Theodora Tonji Remondo also was a member, and she's not also here with us. With us here, ladies and gentlemen, let's thank and welcome Mr. Adrico Wilson to come and receive his award of recognition as a board member of the DRGT board. Adrico Wilson works in the library and he's in charge of the town campus library where he is seated with the different special members of the library committee, but he was a member of the DRGT board. Thank you so much. Thank you for serving. Ask the same team to recognize and thank our keynote speaker, who has come all the way and has been in MAST since 2005. Let's put our hands together for none other than Professor Judith Hahn, who has been our keynote speaker. Thank you, thank you, thank you so much. She's stepped out. Okay. I task you to bring her up. Don't tell her what is happening. Just tell her, go to the front, you're needed. Thank you. Yes, we can go on. She's come all the way. Please clap for her. Just clap. She knows why we're clapping. John? Yes, keep clapping till she comes. Yes, it's your day to shine. You're receiving a thank you from Mbarara University of Science and Technology. And saying is thank you for being with us since 2005. Those are so many years. We can't take that for granted. Thank you. Yes. You can open and show. Yeah. Thank you. I'll help. I'll help hold this one. This one I'll hold. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for accepting to be our keynote speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, next awards are going to the who won internal research funds. These were up to the second call of proposals. It was not an easy task. It was given to a whole committee, and this committee was chaired by none other than an honest person who was trusted with the task. She is a mathematician. At least he is. Sorry, she's a biologist. Yes, she's a biologist. Oh, people are alert. She stood the time of trying to see who is the best, and she had a committee. Let's put our hands together for none other than Sister Jen Yatwa. I'll put the titles right. Sister Dr. Jen Yatwa. Please come forward and congratulate It was not an easy task. You're going to ask the winners, and they'll come forward, shake hands, have their moment of light, and we will congratulate
our guests and our hosts in your respective capacities. I welcome you all and greet you. And I take this opportunity on behalf of the committee she just talked about and on behalf of the directorate to announce to you this evening the winners of the calls that she talked about. I will read the department, the theme, and the PI, the leader of the team. From theme 1, Department of Software Engineering, we have Dr. Simon Kauma. Still theme 1, Medical Lab Science, we have Ampere Lucas. Still theme 1, Software Engineering, we have Gashom Uri. Theme 2, from the Department of Physiotherapy, we have Nwagawa Ivan. Physiology and Obstetrics and Gynecology, these are 2 departments. We have David Collins Agaba. And from Physiotherapy, again, we have Amon Nwahereza. From the Department of Community Health, this is theme 3, we have Moses Intaro. And the Department of Psychiatry, we have Novatus Nyamara. Theme 4, we have the Department of Physics, Priscilla Muhechi. Theme 5, from the Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering, we have Theodora Tuonjirwe. Theme 6, we have Civil and Building Engineering Department, where we have Josephine Najobio. And theme 6 again, Department of Biology, we have John Bosco Nkurununji. Theme 7, Environment and Livelihood Support Systems, we have Ronald Tuonjirwe. Theme 8, we have in the Department of Procurement and Marketing, we have Wilbrod Ariatuijuka. Theme 8, again, we have DVC, Finance and Administration, we have Charles Shawomwe Kazova. Theme 9, Electrical and Electronic Engineering, we have Vincent Rutaganjibwa. Theme 10, Environment and Livelihood Support System, Elias Oyesije. Theme 11, Department of Nursing, we have Jane Kasozi Namaga. Theme 12, from Academic Registrar's Office, we have, Department rather, we have Dixon Kalunji. Theme 12 again, the Department of ENT, we have Victoria Nyeitera. Theme 12 again, at Department of Pharmacology, we have Joseph Oloro. Theme 13, from the Department of Microbiology, we have Associate Professor Joel Bazira. And theme 14, Petroleum and Environmental Engineering, we have Parad Sagara.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we've heard our names, it is the time. We're going to clap for you because the music is natural. We want it naturally there. Please come forward, just for a handshake, take a round, and then we're giving you a dummy check. Thank you. Let's move forward. Let's move forward. These are the winners. Please clap for them. Thank you. Yes. Okay. Some could be team members. Okay. Representing. So take your time. Photo moment. Take your time. The cameraman is coming. You take your time. It's your day to shine. Yes. I'll get out of the pictures. The red is shouting. Okay. So you start moving Dun, 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 dun. Congratulations. You move and shake to them and then go around. And the choir joined me. And jubilation. Oh, back, you stand there for a group photo. Thank you. But I saw Mr. Kaumar. Oh, some people are still down. Yeah. We can stand some of us in front here. Please come forward. Brian, come in front. Yes. Just stand in front. I'll get the faces. They are not smiling, especially the winners. I don't know what's wrong. You smile like winners. Okay. Now give me the Wakanda pose. Wakanda forever. Brian, I still want my job. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. So we're going to hear remarks from the Vice Chancellor. She's going to speak to us.
Thank you very much, PRO Angela. Let us give a hand of applause for Angela. She's done an amazing job from Wednesday, Thursday, and today. Thank you. And once again, the organizers, the conveners, Associate Professor Batwala, and then Professor Joel Bazira. We thank you very much with the team. For the members who came from outside Mbarara University, let me see by show of hands, how many came from outside Mbarara University of Science and Technology? Yes, thank you so much for coming. I hope you have enjoyed your time with us at Mbarara University of Science and Technology and you have felt welcome. For all the people that have participated, the rapporteurs, the secretariat, everyone, we do appreciate what you've done. I would like to congratulate all those who have been awarded the different awards. Congratulations. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day for everybody. And I know we are looking forward to leaving this place, joining the cocktail. So, by the powers entrusted in me, I declare this conference closed.
Thank you so much, Dr. Martha. Thank you for the brief speech. And ladies and gentlemen, one important announcement. Please tell all the winners in and out of the house that on Monday, 20th, at 11 a.m., they should go to the DRGT and sign the statement of grant conditions. I repeat, Monday, 20th, 2023 at 11 a.m., you are needed to sign the statement of the grant conditions. You can go with me. I can carry the bag after signing that. Let's go and enjoy the cocktail, ladies and gentlemen.
You're watching AIT TV, empowering you.